Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That is Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, y'all. Holy smokes. All right, man. That is Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Go to his YouTube page. Check him out over there. Funny stories. A lot of good information, man. Brother Eric is a real dude, man. A good dude, man. I talked to him about 2 weeks ago. Just a good dude, man. He's doing great. He's working on some stuff. What I'm trying to do with Brother Eric, I'm trying to do some business with Brother Eric, but it's taking time to put together. But shout out to Eric. Appreciate he letting us use this music royalty free, man. And shout out to him, man. Appreciate you, Brother Eric. Going over to 16 in Life. If you haven't already subscribed to 16 in Life, go on over to his webpage, and man, his page is exploding over there, man. When I first came in contact with him, did an interview with him, I think he only had like about 19,000, maybe 20,000 people, subscribers. Now he's got over 50. I mean, man, dude is just blowing up, man. So shout out to him. All right, good news. Good news for Brother Eric, man. Appreciate it. All right, let's see. That's Brother Eric. All right, let's move on, y'all. Let's move on. Let me tell y'all. Well, first of all, first I'm gonna do is see who's in the house. We got Sister in the house. Shout out to you, Sister N. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call you about the backpacks. We're gonna talk, me, you, and Vaughn. I talked to Vaughn earlier, and but we get together. Maybe we need to take another look at it and see what we're gonna do. So well, I'll hit you up probably tomorrow afternoon sometime. If not tomorrow afternoon, Saturday for sure. But yeah, we'll discuss what we're gonna do, because the backpacks, in my opinion, not that bad of a situation. But if you think we need to pack them up and send them all back, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But at least they're here. Shout out to Sandy. What about Anderson the Great? Shout out to Anderson the Great, right? Telling y'all, man, me, Sister Annie, Anderson, we all Tauruses, man. We'll treat you so good, man. But man, please just don't mess with us. Please don't mess with us, right, Anderson? Please don't mess with us, man. Holy smokes, man. Then the hornet's nest comes out, right? Shout out to Brother Anderson. What about the Jill Peel, Jill's Chocolate Boutique? What about this? Right? Man, I mean, if you haven't already subscribed to Jill's Chocolate Boutique, what the heck are you doing, man? What the heck are you doing? Get your butt on over to Jill's Chocolate Boutique and see what's going on over there, man. Shout out to Jill's Chocolate Boutique. Let's see. We got Sarah Smith in the building. Says Sarah Smith says Rico is a drunk. Probably is. Probably what he's doing right now. But he should be by at some point. We got Brother Von Bryant in the house. Von Bryant in the house. Shout out to Von Bryant. Well, Sarah Smith says I am a woman, and okay. All right. Well, good. You deserve it. You deserve it. If you're a woman using my martial arts training and you got beat up, then you deserve it. Now, every other woman, if they can escape, cool. But you, I got a feeling, Sarah Smith, you had it coming to you. All right. Let's see. Who else we got in the building? Oh, bots. The bots in the building, man. The bots are in the building, man. Shout out to the bots. Who else is in the building? All right, I think that's everybody. I think we got one troll and the bots in the building. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Jill, man. Jill. You know how I feel, man. Okay. So everybody's here now. And I sent Rico the link. So, Rico, I haven't talked to Rico today. I talked to him yesterday. I got cussed out for that 8-hour stream. God damn, Clarence, I told you, you're not the big. Yeah, I heard it for about 15 minutes from Rico, right? So I'm gonna try to put a 4-hour lid on it this time, man. At least at the latest 4 hours, man. That's probably what the longest I want to go. All right, y'all. So how's everybody doing? Let me take Brother Eric stuff down. Let's see. Where's Brother Eric stuff? Oh, here we go. All right, let's take Brother Eric stuff down and let's get into it. I hope everybody's having a good Tuesday. I was having a good Tuesday. I was out here, and I went to the park that I usually go to. One of the parks that I try to frequent, and it was people hooping up there, man, and they were taking up the court, so I couldn't do my own thing. So I went to another park. I went to Harvard Park. Out there with Trice. But when I went up there, man, they had the court had water all over it, man. I was like, oh man, so I couldn't tape out there. So I tried to go for a walk, and then by the time I tried to go for a walk, it was so cold, man. I had to come on back in. I was like, damn, man. You know, it don't get cold, man. 59 degrees, man. You know what I'm saying? In California, man, everybody, it's freezing. That's freezing out here. That's freezing out here, y'all. That's freezing out here. Oh. You know what? I want to address something. Let me address something really quickly. Y'all. Because there was a person that well, I'm sure there's more than one person, but there was a person that sent me had a comment that I wanted to address. By the way, New Growth, if you come in through here, I want you to let me know what I said or where I said it, to where the fact that I said some things, because our brother New Growth said, "Hey, brother Clarence, you said some things, man, that wasn't completely accurate about me." I said, "Okay, brother, you know what I'm saying? You let me know where it is. Let's timestamp. Let's get the timestamps together, and let's do it." Vaughn, Chicago don't count, man. Chicago and Detroit, it just gets freezing out there, man. It ain't even no joke out there, man. It gets freezing cold out there. And, I've been to Chicago and Detroit several times, man. I was fortunate enough. I never felt a hawk in Chicago. It was cold. It was snow on the ground. Everything was cold, but we didn't catch that hawk, right? When I went to Detroit, I was down there by the Cobo Center. I was not by the Cobo. I was at the Cobo Center. And when we were standing there watching icebergs go down Lake Erie, right? I was like, I was asked to do that. I said, "Hey, what is that? What's wrong? What is that out there?" He said, "Those are icebergs." I said, "Oh, smokes." So they told me, "Hey," I was at a Sabres Day convention one time, and I was I was out there, and they said, I think, matter of fact, Kwame Kilpatrick was in office at the time, and so I said, they said, "Hey, bro, Clarence, we need you to go down here to this hotel, a couple blocks up." I said, "Why? Why me? You know what I'm saying? I'm literally in a airplane hangar with about 3,000 men, and I'm checking men in and checking them out. You know, I was one of those guys behind the scenes, right? You see the whole program, you see it all running smooth, but I was one of those guys behind the scenes that was making it happen, right? I was helping make it happen, right? So I was back there, man. So I was checking guys in from the whole West Coast, right? I was keeping track of the West Coast, and so anyway, I had to do this every day, man, in morning and night, right? So in the morning time, I had to keep track. I had to keep track of who was on duty, who was present, and then at night you got to do another count and see who. It was just a lot of work. But anyway, so I was like, "Why are you pulling me off of my job? I'm already doing something, right?" And they go, "Hey, bro, no, you gotta they know you, right? You're on this person's staff. That's all you got to say when you get over there, and they're gonna go with you. They're gonna come with you over here." So they sent me out there. So I'm in the Cobo Center. It was warm, right? It was thousands of people in there, right? So there's a lot of bodies, a lot of body heat. It's warm in there, right? And the sun was out and everything, right? Soon as I took a step outside, boom! This got so cold, right? I was like, "What the heck?" I was listening to the radio. Radio said, "The high today is 8 degrees." I said, 8 degrees? That's the high? I had the opposite thing when I went to a martial arts seminar in Tempe, Arizona, man. Holy smokes. When I got to Tempe, Arizona, man, the guy said the high today it was like 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. It was already 108 degrees. The guy said, "Oh, the high today is going to be 126 degrees." I said, "Oh, these smokes." And when we got out there, I mean, we're talking about nobody outside. I mean, nobody outside. Right? I saw one guy out cutting grass, and that was about it. He was covered from head to toe. Yeah, but it gets cold out here. It gets cold out here, y'all. Let's see. Who else was in the building? Oh, brother Marcus is in the building. Shout out to Marcus. Marcus in the building, man. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. And of course, brother Jeff Short's in the building. Shout out to brother Jeff Short. Glad to have you in the building, brother. Jeff says Mississippi, We're still wearing short sleeves, 78-degree weather in December. Yeah, it usually is out here in California, man. I don't know what's going on. Usually out here in California, man. Um, but yeah, man, it's getting cool out here. All right, y'all, let's get to it. I was trying to give Rico a minute to get in here, but yeah, chill. It gets hot out there in Arizona, man. I don't know what Patrice is doing out there, man. I don't know what she's doing out there, man. It just gets sizzling out there, right? Yeah, but you know what they say about Arizona? They say Arizona has a lot of healing qualities. Is it cold out there, Brother Anderson? Maybe, but they say Arizona has a lot of, because it used to be a place where a lot of our Native American brothers and sisters did a lot of spiritual healing over in that part of America. So it has a lot of healing qualities out there in Arizona. So I don't know. Maybe so. All right, y'all, let's get to it. I was trying to wait for Rico, but you know what they say? The show must go on. Oh, I know what I was doing. See, I forgot already. See, y'all know I am all over the god doggone road, right? Okay, so I'm gonna respond real quick. I'll respond real quick. Oh, it's colder than here, huh? You right, Anderson. I'm gonna respond right here. Okay, so Sister Candy Tomlinson sent me something. Said, please stop making excuses for Derek Jaxn. He went before the Most High Power and said his vows. Derek is wrong. Period. It was so gross hearing a grown man going along with wrong, just discussing at his age. Did I? Okay, we're gonna talk about Derek Jaxn a little later. But did I at any time say I think it was a good thing that he cheated on his wife? Did you guys hear me say that? Did you guys hear me say, hey, I think that he should he shouldn't be at fault for what happened between him and his wife and the part he did of leaving stepping out on the marriage. Did you guys hear me say that? I don't know why people keep saying that I'm saying that. I never said that. All I did was outline the math and the biological science behind how men get themselves caught up, right? Whether they intentionally do it or unintentionally do it. This is the math that's going on behind the scenes, right? But people like this will keep coming and saying, hey, Clarence, you said it was okay. You giving them an excuse. I'm not giving them an excuse. I'm just saying the math that's worked behind it. That's like when people say, oh, they say, hey, why black people ain't in a better condition? Oh, when you bring up slavery, they say, oh, you just making excuses. No, that's not an excuse. That's that's literally something that happened. That was a very traumatic event that we still trying to work through it, right? That's a generational curse that we trying to work through, right? So if I'm telling you, hey man, you got a biological situation happening, right? You got something happening that if you set yourself up wrong, shout out to Patrice, by the way, shout out to Patrice. If you set yourself up in a bad situation, you're gonna take a swan dive, right? There's no way you're gonna be around all these women, all these days, all the time, be a heterosexual man, and you're not gonna get pulled down. It's no way. Well, I won't say it's no way, but I'll say it this way: if you're open to colluding your situation, and if you have a propensity, and you want to mate with, and you definitely missing something at home, right? I put that into the equation that his wife wasn't. I take it that his wife wasn't a highly sexual person, where he looked to be, to me, like a person that was he had a lot of he had a high sexual prowess to me, very high sexual energy to me. That's just my impression of him, right? Because guys with a high sexual energy like that, they always try to put themselves in a position like that, where they got all these opportunities around them, right? They try to put themselves in that position. right? Regular guys don't even think about stuff like that. Okay, I got somebody at home, all right, no problem. But regular guys get caught up too, right? That's why that's that's why I'm always taking a look at his situation, saying I don't I'm not although I don't I'm not justifying what happened to him, but I'm saying the other guy, the rest of us as men should learn from this, learn from it. Don't put yourself in a room with 300 women, 200 women, day after day after day. Don't do it. I don't care what you're selling. Don't put yourself in that situation because eventually proximity breeds attraction, right? Proximity is going. You close enough to somebody that's doing something you think that you missing. Eventually, you're gonna develop attraction to them. You think they got what you need, you're gonna develop attraction to them. Oh, Clarence, you making an excuse, Clarence. Sister Annie say, bro, Clarence, I never heard you making excuses or excusing him. Thank you, Sister Annie. I mean, I really wasn't. All I was doing was putting the mathematics together. See, when I was taught in the nation was you got to be right and exact. And so the best way to be right and exact is to use the mathematics of a situation. That way, it's just the mathematics. It's not me. It's not my opinion. It's the mathematics behind the situation. Said, Brother Clarence, whether people like it or not, there are reasons behind actions, and it's healthy to discuss them. Yeah, I mean, whether you agree with me or not, that's cool. I mean, I don't. That's why I got the show, so we can conversate together. We can discord, and we can, respectfully discourse, right? I don't want no. Yeah, we all agree with you, Claire. I don't want that. I mean, if you agree with me, you agree with me. But if you don't, you don't have to. You don't have to. What they used to say, Sister Annie, you ain't got a lot to kick it, right? You ain't got a lot to kick it. If you disagree, disagree. You don't, you don't. Rico cussed me out for about 15 minutes yesterday. And then say, all right, man, call me back. Call me later. I gotta go. I said, thank you, brother. Because you know why? Because I'm making fun of him because I know where he was coming from. I know what his heart was. He was he was doing that not to be just, he was thinking about me and my health, right? So he's like, man, Clay, you gotta cut yourself down, man. So and I told him I appreciated him for that, right? So it wasn't no, it was just him saying, man, dang, man, trying to get you to, think about your health. I said, okay, man, I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna work on it. All right, yeah, man. So anyway, Candy Thompson, if you out there, we here. I'm here. If you want to come up here, let me know. I'll shoot you the link, and you can come up here, man, and we can discuss it. I don't have no problem discussing it. The same thing. I invite New Growth up here, right? New Growth. Shout out to Brother New Growth. Yeah, Jules, all Brother New Growth says, "Hey, Brother Clarence." He hit me up, and said, "Hey, Brother Clarence, I think you mischaracterized some of my statements." I said, "Okay." "Okay." You more than welcome to come on up here, and I'll stop the show, and we can go through it. We can go through some of the stuff that was said, and if I said something, I told the brother, I said, man, I will apologize to you publicly. If I put you out there publicly, and I put you out there, and said something that was wrong, I will publicly apologize. Right? Y'all know me. I'm pretty fair. I'll publicly apologize to you. Right? If I did something wrong, answer hell. I will publicly apologize to you. Okay. Okay, y'all. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right, we got a couple stories to get to, but let me start off with these. How many of y'all need some money? How many of y'all need money? We all need a little bit of money, right? Extra money ain't gonna hurt none of us, right? Extra money ain't gonna hurt none of us, right? Well, check this out, y'all. Check this out. There's a father and son convicted in a lottery scam where they collected $20 million. Holy smokes! I guess this is him. This is them too, right? Father and son were convicted in a lottery scam where they collect $20 million. Father and son then presented the. Well, let's see here. Father and son presented the winning tickets to the Massachusetts Lottery Commission as their own and collected the full value of the tickets. They also reported the ticket winning as their own on their income tax returns and improperly offset the claim winnings with gambling losses, thereby avoiding in federal income taxes, investigators said. Both men were convicted on one count of conspiracy to defraud the Internal Revenue Service, one count of conspiracy to commit money laundering, and one count each of filing a false tax return. Sentencing is scheduled for April. All right, so let me see if I got some pictures of these guys. Holy smokes. Mohammed Jafir, Ali Jafir, and Yusuf Jafir. Holy smokes. They was running around and getting okay, so this son and his father and son team was going around cashing lotto tickets, right? Okay, so what they would do is they would go up to somebody who won the lotto and they say, hey, look, you don't want to pay those taxes, right? We got a way we can get out of paying those taxes, but you got to give us a cut of the money, right? So what they do, they go in, so the person that won the lotto to avoid the taxes would let these guys cash a check in their names. They cash the check, and then they give the lotto winner a cut of the lotto, and they keep a cut for themselves. And then so they could not pay taxes. They could say, "Oh, we lost this money gambling. We lost it, whatever, lying on the taxes." Right? Got caught, but over a period of time, they made $20 million. Yikes! Right? $20 million. See, here's the thing, man. When you do stuff like this, man, it's cool until they come for you. And when the feds come for you, man, I'm telling you, man, when the feds come for you, they've been watching you for a year. They've been watching you for 2 years. They've been tapping your phone for a year. They're following you around. They got one of them trackers on your car. They know your whole routine. They got you. They can find you anytime, anywhere. They're following you, and they got one of them trackers on your car, and they tapping your phone, and they got a microphone in your car, and they got a microphone in your kitchen. They've already been in your house and bugged your whole house. They got you, man. When the feds when they sink their teeth into you, man, it's better to just plead, man. Just get you a good lawyer, and probably if you're guilty, just plead out, man, because feds, they win what, 92% of their cases. That's some pretty good. That's some pretty bad odds for you if you're guilty and you're trying to run up against the feds. That's some bad odds, man. You want some better odds than that, right? You want some better odds than that. All right, y'all. Yeah, man. So, what do y'all think? Is $20 million worth your freedom? Because now these guys got to do some time, right? But maybe they store some of this money away. Maybe they like the FTX guy, right? What happened to $500 million? We don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know what happened to it. We got hacked, right? All I got is $100,000 in my bank account, but we got hacked for half a bill, right? When we don't know where it went, right? That's why you guys, man, you guys that's even thinking about that cryptocurrency, man, don't even do it unless you got money that you could light on fire and not cry. Don't do it. Don't do the cryptocurrency, man. That is not for you. That is not an investment. You know what I'm saying? An investment can perform. Cryptocurrency cannot perform. It doesn't do nothing but sit there and wait for somebody else to want it more than you want it. That's the whole philosophy behind cryptocurrency. Somebody else, the only way you're going to make money is not if the asset performs, but if somebody else wants that asset more than you want it. That's it. The desire of the next person. Their greed and driving them is what's going to happen, how you're going to get paid off of their greed. It's a no-win situation, man. It's a no-win situation. On top of the saturation in the marketplace, you got this coin, that coin, this coin, that coin. You got the Jill coin. You got the Vaughn coin. You got the Sister Annie coin, right? You got the Rico coin. You got the Patrice coin, right? You got all these coins, right? Bitcoin was worth a lot of money when it was pretty much the only game in town, but now, holy smokes! I think what they say is over 300 coins. Holy smokes! And more coming on every day. There's no way to win with that. There's no way to win with the crypto, man. Shout out to Bolo TV, man. Shout out to Bolo TV. There's no way to win. There's no way to win, man. That's what I'm saying. You take your if you're gonna invest in crypto, just take your money and put it in a CD. Don't invest no money in the crypto. Crypto is not an investment. That is digital gambling. That's pretty much what it is, man. It's digital gambling. You might as well take the money. You got a better odds taking the money you're gonna spend on crypto and going over to the blackjack table, right? Doing what they call a turnaround out here in California, right? Going out here to Morongo Casino. It's just, you know what I'm saying? Enjoying the day with yourself and your family, right? Get a hotel room and just enjoy the day, man. Yeah, man. Um, yeah, so that's, you know, so the problem that we have today, y'all, is that the world is so evil, right? That these men, and it's always going to be people trying to figure out a way to steal from another person, right? I don't care what you put together, right? You got a lotto system, right? Costs $1 to play the game, right? But it's always these dudes that's figuring out ways to get around, and win, right? They got something in investment banking called insider trading, right? People just I never did a turnaround. I always wanted to. Yeah, man. I never did a turnaround on the bus. I did one, where I just threw it. I said, "Come on, let's go." And I took my mother and my family up to Las Vegas, right? I only had one son at the time. I took my mother and everybody up to Las Vegas, right? I said, "Come on, y'all, let's just go to Vegas," right? Took us all up to Vegas. We stayed there all day, and then at night I came back and I drove everybody back, right? We did our own turnaround, right? And so, Jill, I walk in there, right? Soon we got to Vegas, right? I said, man, I was thirsty, so I see a 7-Eleven. I go into the 7-Eleven, walk into the 7-Eleven. There's slot machines all in the 7-Eleven, right? I was like, hey, I thought only slot machines was in the casinos. Guy said, no, man, they're everywhere. He said they're everywhere. I said, oh, okay, I see. All right. But that's how they get out in Vegas, man. That's how they get out in Vegas. Slot machines everywhere, right? But the point is, we got to watch ourselves, y'all. We got to watch ourselves because there's so many different ways, different people are out here trying to get money. They're trying to get money any kind of way they can, man. And if you, the person, they got a thing now that they're doing called, I forgot the name of it, man. Where these young black kids, what they're doing is they follow you home from the store, and when you getting out the car, they jump on you. I forgot the name of it, dog, man. But they got a new name for it. It's basically just robbing you, but they got a name for it now. They got a name for it where they follow you home. They see you at the store, and they don't rob you at the store. They rob you when you get home. You know what I'm saying? I make sure you isolated and everything. And then when you get to you pull up in the driveway, boom, that's when they jump on you, right? Nah, man, you gotta keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. Be prepared at all times, right? Anything can happen. Anything can happen out here, especially these young kids, man. It ain't like when we was coming up, right? We was coming up, Jill. We was coming up, Bolo. We was coming up, Barn. We was coming up, man. You knew better. Nobody from the block was jumping on you. It would be somebody from outside the neighborhood that would be bold enough to do something like that. It wouldn't be nobody on the block with you or in the same neighborhood. It wouldn't be nobody, man. Everybody knew everybody, right? Not today. Not today. People around the corner get you, man. You never know. You never know. That's why you keep your eyes open. These people, man, they did this robbing, but I want to share the story because it puts out and the um it shows the depth of what people are willing to go through to get a little bit of money. It shows the depth, right? Man, yeah, it was a village back in the day. It was a village back in the day. It was more of a village back in the day, I should say. More of a village back in the day. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's move on, man. Let's move on. Because we got to get to everything today. I'm gonna make it quick and then I'm gonna open it up fast so that y'all can come on and do y'all's thing. Let's see. Let me bring up another story. Oh, this is the one y'all probably waiting on. Our brother Curtis Jackson. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Jackson. Let me see. Uh-oh. Oh, let me bring him back up. What happened? Yeah, what happened? What happened? Ah, there we go. There we go. Let me do it like this. Ah, there we go. All right, y'all. 50 Cent scored small victory in penal enhancement fight after judge rules lawsuit against MedSpa can move forward. All right, this is 50 Cent. 50 Cent got an early Christmas present because his penal enhancement lawsuit against a MedSpa can continue. In the legal documents obtained by Radar Online, a judge in Miami ruled on Monday that the rapper, whose real name is Curtis Jackson III, can move forward with his lawsuit against plastic surgeon Angela Kogan and her businesses, Perfection Plastic Surgery and Med Spa, rejecting her request to dismiss the legal battle. This matter is before the court on a motion to dismiss filed by defendants Angela Kogan and Perfect Plastic Surgery Inc. Having carefully considered the briefing and relevant legal authorities, the court denies the motions. Document read. Judge Robert N. Scola Jr. signed his John Hancock on the ruling, revealing several reasons why he sided with the In the Club rapper, including that Florida law prohibits the unauthorized publication of a person's name or likeness for a commercial or advertising purpose. For these reasons, the court denies the defendant's motion to dismiss it in its totality. All of Jackson's claims remain viable. The parties will continue to observe the deadline set forth in the court's scheduling order and are reminded that they may at any time file a motion requesting a settlement conference before United States Magistrate Judge Jonathan Goodman. Judge Scola added. As Radar Online reported, 50 Cent sued Angela and her business in September, claiming he took an innocent photo with her because he thought she was a fan, but she allegedly used the picture to promote her company without his permission, falsely suggesting that he received penile enhancement surgery from the med spa, claiming the implication has damaged his reputation and dignity. He said the use of unauthorized photo is an invasion of privacy and a false endorsement. Angela's attorney hit back by claiming the rapper did receive services at Perfection Plastic Surgery and Med Spa, but said it wasn't for penile enhancement. Our clients did not take a single action to cause any damage to Mr. Jackson's professional or personal reputation and will vigorously defend against the frivolous claims that have been publicly filed against them and their thriving business. Her lawyer, Darren Heitner, told TMZ. Oh, holy smokes. Holy smokes. So we don't know what 50 Cent was doing at the enhancement enlargement med spa surgery place. We don't know. We don't know. What we do know is that they was trying to they were trying to advertise a business with his likeness, And he said, no, 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 no. And I don't, I mean, people gonna do what they're gonna do, man. If you got uh, an issue, I guess you could go to the doctor and get it resolved, right? Some people have an issue that they got to go to the doctor to get resolved, right? I mean, unfortunately, that's the situation, right? However, however, if somebody takes a picture of you and then they use it to say, "Hey, look, this is one of my clients," and I'm not your client, yeah, then I would have a problem too. Like 50 Cent would. I would have a client like I would. I mean, I would do the same thing. I would take it to court, right? Because now you out there, especially you a celebrity, right? You know, so I don't know. It depends. He just probably looks like he probably felt like, man, it was a bad look for him to be connected with that. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what's really going? He knows what's really going on, and she knows, the lady that runs the business really knows what's going on. So then he said that violate HIPAA laws. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you can look into it for us. I don't know. What I do know is if you're gonna use somebody likeness, you got to pay them, right? You got to pay them for whatever it is that you're showing, whatever it is, right? If you're showing something that belongs to them or one of their likenesses, you're gonna have to pay them, right? 50 Cent say, "Pay me." Can't be mad at that, right? Pay me, right? Yeah, man. All right, so that's 50 Cent, y'all. That's 50 Cent, man. What y'all think about 50 Cent? I'm gonna put the link out in a minute, and y'all come up here and y'all can tell me. And of course, the last thing I want to talk about, well, maybe not the last thing. Patrice sent me an article. I might do that article. I've been seeing a lot of people cover it. That's why I didn't really cover it right now. But the Mark Curry situation. But maybe we'll see how far we get into it. The last thing we'll talk about is we'll talk about Derek Jackson, right? Derek Jackson and his wife, because so many people say, "Hey, man, you you covering for the dude." I'm not covering for the dude, man. I'm definitely not covering for the dude, man. Let's see, let's see. Uh, yeah, man. Yeah, he's in a bad situation, man. He's in a bad situation. But I mean, all you gotta do is, man, just leave. That's all you gotta do is just leave, right? I mean, but you leaving for another woman, that's the bad. That's the stupid thing. That's the stupid thing. Don't if listen to me, y'all. Don't never leave for someone else. Never leave because there's another person, right? I mean, you might be interested in somebody else, but don't leave because of that person. Because 9 times out of 10, if you don't take the time to get to know that person, you won't just be in the same situation, right? Some of us keep meeting the same person, just different iterations of the same person, right? We meet a guy, he's dusty. Meet another guy, he might not be dusty, but he got this problem. Then meet another guy, he got this problem. Well, it might be us, the energy we putting out, that's who we attracting, right? And then it might be who? It might be you. It might be you. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one that's causing this issue. Maybe you're attracting. I'm attracting men, and none of these men want to marry me. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're the one that's causing the issue. As far as the Derek Jackson thing, like I said, I never said the guy was an angel. I wasn't trying to make it out to be like the guy was a saint and the guy was uh, he was he was free from blame for the situation that happened with him. No, no, no. The guy should be definitely dealt with. Definitely should be dealt with. but in a way where it makes sense, right? Still have to go and educate other people to not make this mistake that he made, right? And the way we do that is we got to break down all the factors, not just he's a dirty dog, right? That's what the women. That's what a lot of women want to say. Oh, he's just a dirty dog. Yeah, he is. But what are some other contributing factors besides the obvious? He had a lack of discipline. Besides the lack of discipline, the obvious. What's some other factors? And how can we get these young men to stop walking into these brick walls, man, or walking off the cliff, right? so to do that, we got to talk about what happened in the mathematics behind the situation, right? So then he said, Brother Clarence, right? If you decide to leave and take some time to assess how you contribute to the issues and what you accepted that you shouldn't, again, right? But also there's a lot of people that watching this situation, watching these things. Like, I'm gonna tell you, man, there's a couple more people that's gonna have this is all gonna come. These chickens coming home to roost. I'm gonna put a name out there, Fresh and Fit. There's some chickens that's coming home to roost there. Oh, Clarence, you hating on Fresh and Fit? No, I'm not. I'm just old enough to see when somebody is setting themselves up they setting themselves up for the guillotine. I already see it. I've seen so many guys put their own head in the guillotine and pull the trigger, pull the switch themselves, right? I can see it. I hope it don't happen to them, but the way they rolling, the way they moving, they what like my father used to say, they paint themselves into a corner. Right? You paint yourself into a corner. Now where you gonna go? Now what you gonna do? Can't go nowhere. Can't go nowhere, right? Never paint yourself into a corner. You can paint yourself to the doorway or to the window, but you never paint yourself into the corner. Because now how you gonna get out? How you gonna get out without stepping on your previous work, right? Oh man, but yeah, I see a lot of these young guys that put themselves in these tremendously biologically disadvantaged situations, right? Fresh and Fit at the table with 9, 10 girls, right? That is a disaster waiting to happen. That's a disaster waiting to happen, right? Right? How long is it going to be? I mean, we've seen Myron go through all of the different things he went through, but that's nothing compared to the disaster that's waiting to hit them because of that setup, not because of them as people. They just men putting themselves in situations that it's not going to produce anything good, and just to show other guys, hey, I got it going on. So we paid all these girls to sit at this table. I could have hey, y'all know, Brother Clay, I could have a bunch of women sitting right behind me, right? If I'm paying them all right, if I'm paying them all, they sit here right here, right? They sit here calling me Big Daddy all the whole program, right? But how long would it be before, if I really was rolling, how long would it be before one of them say, you know what, I could come up on this dude right here. Let me see what I could do. I mean, really, really. I feel bad for Derek Jaxn. I feel bad for his family. I don't forget. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't say that it's not his fault. I don't say that he should be. Poor him. I'm not saying poor him. I'm saying poor us as men. Poor us as men. We're in a bad situation when we're working around women because we already have a natural attraction. Well, heterosexual men. You already got a natural attraction to women, right? You already got a natural attraction to them, and then on top of that, if if you have an attraction, I mean, you have a deeper attraction to them, right? Because of whatever little thing they got going on, right? Because women have the ability to what's the word? Entice men. You got the ability to entice men. Men are much weaker because we don't have we don't have nothing to block the pheromones. And we have something that'll block that and to block the pheromones from coming in and the pheromones from switching off the conscious to switching off to the animal mind. We could be better. We would be able to do stuff like that better, being in a room with 50, 100 women and not fall down. We would be able to do better, but we just not made that way. I ain't never seen a dude out there giving seminars to all these women and it turned out good in the end. I never seen it happen, man. Never seen it happen. Usually some of these men, usually some of these women, man. And by the way, let's look at his wife. Holy smokes, his wife. Uh, because I feel bad for her, man. I feel bad for her. I feel bad, man. She tried to she tried to save her family. She tried to keep it all together. Let me see. Let me see. I don't want to get to where she was. Let me see where she was speaking in tongues. She went off. All right, let's see.
Your opinion is in regard to what I post and what I wear. I do not. Galatians 1:10 says, am I now trying to win the approval of men, or am I trying to please people? For if I was still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. So I'm not trying to please anybody. I am preaching a message and teaching a message, and I'm for who I'm for, and I'm not for who I'm not for. So every demonic tongue that is leaving comments and claiming mental illness on me and claiming all these things on me, let those same words return to you and let it choke you in the name and the blood of Jesus, right? And you want to know where that's at in the Bible. Let's go to Psalm 141:10, and it says, let the wicked fall into their own nets while I escape safely, right? So every demonic tongue leaving comments about mental illness and laughing, let those same words return back to you, and let what was meant for me be done to you, because no weapon formed against me shall prosper, and every demonic tongue will be condemned now that is speaking against me. In the name of Jesus. Have a good day.
Wow. Wow. Holy
Holy smokes.
holy smokes. It's our good brother Von Bryan now.
Wow, man. Listen, what's up, Brother Clarence?
What's going on, good brother?
What's up, man? Glad to be on here another time.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for putting a little time in your day to come over here with us, man. We appreciate you, man. I know you're a busy brother. Appreciate
Yeah,
you, man.
I always have time for you, Brother Clarence. Always.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that.
Yes,
Same
sir.
here, brother. Same here. Okay, man. So first we was talking about the cats that took the $20 million, man. We're talking about that, and then we're talking about 50 Cent, where they're using his image. And we don't know exactly what he did over there, because they're saying he did get some services over there, but he's saying he didn't. So who knows, right? Who knows what's going on, right?
What, you never know what people are doing, you know. They often lean toward the cosmetic surgery and enhancements and things like that. So
yeah, I don't know.
But I don't think they should use his image without his permission, though, right?
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah,
that's bogus, man. I mean, we can all joke about the article and say, "Oh, what's 50 Cent doing?"
Yeah,
Is he really 25 cent?
Right.
But in all honesty, you know what I'm saying? It crosses HIPAA lines, when it comes to your if he did in fact have some type of procedure done there. you know.
Yeah. I don't
But
like I said.
no, I don't think it's cool to use a person's image. You know what I'm saying? When you didn't have their permission. You know.
Well, that's the thing, Ron. He thought he says he was taking a picture with a fan. I don't know. But then
Wow.
she said, but then the defense team says he got services there. But even if he got the services there, you're right, Vaughn. Without his permission, you can't use his image for advertising. Not without his permission, right?
Exactly.
But if what kind of image is she using? Is she using an image that can easily identify him, or an image that's not easily identifiable, right?
Wow. So the article says that he sued, right?
Yes,
Or he is suing.
he is suing.
Did he get a judgment? Did the article talk
No,
about the judgment? Okay.
no.
So there was
The
no
the
judgment
the the
made yet.
the defendants tried to get the case thrown out, and evidently it's some good. He's got a good case because the judge said no, we keeping this one. The judge said no, we're gonna proceed. So evidently he's got a good case, right? Well, the
Wow.
lady's gonna have to settle out of court. She's gonna settle it. I mean, if the longer she lets it go, the longer her the more the lawyer is going to rack up the money, right? Because that's what's really going to happen, man. These lawyers drag this stuff out, right? I'm watching this FTX thing this morning, and they asked the guy, "Hey, how long is this going to take?" He's like, "At least a couple, he's like months, maybe a year, Why? Because he's gonna just drag it out, right? The guy that took over XTX, the guy that's like trying to put everything back together, the guy that was over the Enron bankruptcy. He's
Yeah, I
doing the
remember that. I
FTX.
remember that.
Yeah, so he's doing the FTS bankruptcy, and they was
Oh
asking
wow.
him. He was in Congress this morning. I was watching the hearing. He was in Congress this morning testifying, and they asked him, kept asking him, how long is it gonna take? Can you estimate that for us? He's like, I can't estimate it for you right now. It's going to at least be maybe a couple months, maybe a year. Who knows? But
Wow.
it's going to be at least a year because they're gonna. These lawyers going to bill you and bill you and bill you and bill you and bill you, right?
Yeah, well, because it's all about money. Come on. We know
Right,
that. It's all
right.
about that mighty dollar.
So
You
and
know?
50 Cent, I'm sure he's got way more money to take a seat. 50 Cent ain't gonna make no money, but he's just making a statement. These people ain't got no money to give 50 Cent. 50 Cent got way more money. You know what I'm saying? But he is just trying to make a statement. Don't play me like that. Don't play me like that. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to use my image, you got to use my image. You got to get my permission, rather. Right?
Exactly. And then if it has something to do with anything medical, that you are, talking about when it comes to somebody's personal,
right,
medical issues or whatever they're doing, then
right,
come on, you have HIPAA. If anybody's knowledgeable about HIPAA, come on,
right,
you're violating, the
right,
HIPAA. So
right. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of
exactly.
1996, right?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah. So there's
Yeah,
standards that they have to meet, and I guess there's some
yeah.
privacy standards
And
in there
there's
that you have.
privacy. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot of privacy protection laws when it comes to even people that are working in the office that
right,
you may be going to be seen in.
right,
They should not be looking at records that do not pertain to whatever it is that they're doing in the field. Do you know what I'm
right,
saying?
right,
And if that's discovered that you're doing that you're getting access to these records, well, see, there's a law against that.
right,
So,
right.
yeah, man.
Yeah. It's everybody. You gotta protect people's privacy. So hopefully 50 Cent will get justice for himself, and then I guess he's trying to make a statement so that other people won't try to do stuff like this and think they're gonna just get away with it. You know what I mean? Kind of like Cardi B and Tasha K, where Cardi B
Oh, yeah.
won that $4 million that she never gonna get, right?
Well, pretty much. You're right.
Yeah, right. She ain't never gonna
You
get that money.
can't get blood out of a turnip.
There you go, man. There you go.
I have some bill collectors that I share that phrase with, but at the same time, I do try to, take care of my debt. But
yeah.
You got to listen. You got to get it. You got to get it when I get it.
Hey, that's what. Hey,
because if I don't have it, I can't give it to you. So you can talk to me on the phone for 10 hours, but that's not going to help. Not going to help you get your money.
Right. I mean,
but when I get it, then that's when I can give it.
Yeah, Minister Farrakhan had a Cadillac. When he fell out, he fell out of the nation for a while. He bought himself this big old Cadillac, right? He said people called him up and said, "Hey, you missed the payment on this Cadillac. We come to get it." He said, "If you come get this Cadillac, it's gonna be smoking when you get it. I'm gonna light it on fire, right?" He said, "I'll pay you. I told you I'll pay you, and I'll pay you when I get it."
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you can only pay what you can pay, right?
Right.
You can only pay what you can pay. What do you think,
man? Listen. I used to get mad and upset, when they call. Listen, you keep calling and blah blah blah, And I had to learn. Hey, come on, man, take care of your debt.
Right.
You know what
they
I'm
won't
saying?
Call you, right?
And what you can do is, hey, make some type of arrangements and say, hey, this is what I can do. Listen, I'm gonna give you 25 cents every 2 weeks. That's what I can do. Oh, well, Mr. Bryan, we can't accept that. Well, then I don't know what you can accept, because you can't accept what I don't have. Unfortunately, I got myself in a bind, and I'm trying to get myself out reasonably.
Yeah,
but thank God he's helped me get out of a debt. My credit is so much better. And I had some issues at some point, Brother Clarence. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't always a good steward over money.
Man, we all were.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
I remember, Vaughn. I remember standing in the what's that place we were talking about the other day? Not the car title loan place, because I never actually got to that point, but I was going.
Payday loan. You're talking about the
payday loan place.
Oh man, I got stories to tell you about that.
I remember standing in line at the payday loan place.
Yeah.
Vaughn, I had this epiphany. I said, wow, man, look at all these people, man. They can't handle their money. They ain't like me. You know what I'm saying? I just had a little issue. These people got problems, right? Till I was in there again. And I was in there again. And then I was like, I'm just like them. We all the same, right?
But you see that's how that scam is set up. I wouldn't suggest anybody to really rely on any type of payday loans, because it's a vicious scam. You know what I'm saying? And they put you in a position to give you like $250, but they know at the end of the 2 weeks, you really, because of your budget, you really don't have the full $250 to give them back. So what they say is, well, just pay us the $35 for you borrowing it, and you can reloan it.
Right.
And we're going to charge you another $35.
Right.
And so what you do is you reloan and crazy.
Yeah, I did a
crazy scam, man.
I did a video about that, man. If you look in the catalog, there's a video in there about that, right?
Where, man, listen, I had 7 of them at one time, literally.
Wow. Yeah, I remember.
And you know how hard it was to get from up under that.
Yeah,
actually, it wasn't that hard to get up under it. You're right, but the thing was, I wasn't thinking properly when it came to finances at the time. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I can recall that we were trying to move, and we needed a certain amount to, for the first and the last. Right. So I went and got all these payday loans, knowing that I have a job. And listen, it was so hard because, listen, I had to go to each place every 2 weeks. Can you imagine? Man. Can you imagine that? You're going from this place, and then after you pay that one and get it back, then you go to another place, and get that and reloan that one. Get down. I'm sorry, but the dog is on my nerves right now. But yeah, you have to. It's a mess, man. But when I figured out how to get out of it, wow, man. I knew that I would never return to it again, brother.
Yeah.
Never return to it again.
I always drive by that place and say,
Yeah.
I used to live in there, man.
Yeah.
I spent
Yeah.
about 2 years living in a place like that, man.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
when I said to myself, you know what? No, Clarence, we gotta do better than this, man. We gotta do better than this. This is not the way to live, man. And it's hard when you first do it, right, Vaughn? It's hard, man, because
Yeah.
you gotta start. Okay,
Yeah.
we gotta cut this out. We gotta cut that out. We gotta cut this out. You know, I didn't have cable for a while. I didn't have this. I had
Yeah.
that. I didn't get no new
Yeah.
clothes and new shoes and nothing like that. I mean,
Oh
you
yeah.
got
Yeah.
you have to make that stand, right? Where
Yeah.
you just gonna pay it and get rid of it, right? And I remember, man, when I was with the one I used to go to right out here in Inglewood, it was they have on there you got to put references. They tell you we're gonna call your reference out, and you like, damn, you gonna call the people and let them know that I ain't taking care of my money. It's like you want to hide it,
Mm.
right? You want to keep it hidden that you're not doing this, right? Right? But
Yeah.
but the reality is you need them. You know, you need to do that, right? It's
Yeah, it's
man,
definitely a catch-22, man. And
bro.
like I said, it was a learning experience for me. And
Yeah,
like I said, I'm so glad that I was able to come through that. And the way that I got over it is I just paid one at a time and didn't get it
matter of fact,
back. I just
let's
paid
do
one
that.
at a time until I paid all of them and didn't get it back, you know.
Let's do that.
And I was able to move on from there because when you're paying at least $350 to $400 in payday loans every 2 weeks, it's very hard to budget.
Yeah,
And so many people, even as we speak, are caught up in that situation. So man, I'm the first person to let you know, nah, steer away from that. Don't do that. And
uh,
it helps you initially when you can go and accumulate like $900. See, you can go to 3 different places and get almost $1,000, if necessary. you know
yeah.
but
You
do
think
you
you win
have
it,
that amount to pay it back
right?
in the
Oh,
two
plus
weeks?
one,
Because you
plus,
have rent, you have lights, you have gas, you have a
right?
car note, you have, oh, we don't need to talk about it. You have children, you have wife, you have dog, you have bills.
Wait, Vaughn. See, you right, you right, and you got to pay that now. You got to pay 250 plus. You got to pay plus. You gonna borrow 250, but you got to pay three. I mean,
Exactly. You
they
got to
get
pay
you.
three.
They get you.
You have
They
to pay
get you.
three, and then you may not be able to afford to pay the three. So what do? You get it back.
Oh man,
So you
right?
go in and you actually go into reloan.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
And see,
That's
that's what,
basically
oh,
what you're doing.
man, what a horrible way to
Yeah,
exist. And
yeah.
and so and I
What
was
you
so
want to call
glad
it?
because I noticed that they started to close down a lot of these places,
Yeah, yeah,
you know.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you
man.
know the neighborhoods that they're in. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
hours.
It's definitely a setup.
Yeah,
Definitely a
hours.
setup, you know. And yeah, man, but I learned how to be a good steward over my finances coming out of debt and figuring out how to come out of debt. I don't know how the conversation turned to that because we were talking about a whole bunch of other stuff, but
Yeah,
we
but
can
this is
we
more.
can we can always go back to it, right?
Yeah, man, this is much more important. This is much more important. I'm gonna show y'all, man. This is what I look like in my early days, man. This is my early days,
Did
man.
you have the
So,
Jerry curl like me?
oh yeah, I had Jericho, man. We talking. That's the '80s, but we ain't going all the way that far back. Vaughn. We
Oh,
just go
okay. You
back
ain't
to
going back that far.
go watch
All
one of our
right, all
payday
right,
loan,
bro.
one of our payday loan videos.
Get in, hard to get out. It's like a it's like a bad marriage. You know what I mean? So
Ay, ay, ay.
easy to get in and it's hard to get out. So yeah, but I wanted to lay out. I want to show you, some give you some information so you can make the decision for yourself. Whether you need to be involved in. My advice for you is to never get involved with it if you can. Avoid it if you can. But you're a grown person. You can do what you want to do. Anyway, here it is.
Vaughn, do you see that 300% interest rate? 300%.
I mean, man, you know what I'm saying? It's so crazy.
Let me
And it's so sad that many of us have fallen for this. You know,
yeah, man. It looks like a
it's a scam. You know, I wanted us to do a show on the latest scams that we need to be aware of. You know, just to help the people out, to say, hey, watch out for this, because this is what the new scams are. You know, and you can easily fall prey, you know, if you're not careful.
Yeah. I'm definitely. But I was just talking about that one where I was
But
watching.
a 300% interest rate. What does that look like? I mean, like,
I'm trying to do the math on it now.
That's
man.
just crazy.
I'm trying to do the math on it right now, brother. Let's see. 300%, man. That's almost $208.
Man, listen,
$300.
And listen, I'm not ashamed to. Oh wait, am I on? Okay, I'm not ashamed to, you know, share my testimonies of some of my shortcomings, because it may help someone else or deter them from, you know, getting into that. You know, some people don't share some of the things that they've been through because they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to sound stupid. Oh, you dummy!
Yeah.
How could you fall? Yeah, I'm not into that. You know, but I can remember going to the payday. Listen, I remember going to the payday loan place, and they said, "Oh, we have this new thing. You can get $2,500."
What?
Like, wow, $2,500. Oh, okay. And I'm in, you know, hey, I need that help, you know, and I can just pay that back periodically. You see what I'm saying? But see, you know, they give you the $2,500, but you're gonna have to pay about $7,000 back. Come on.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I'm gonna show you this dude, man.
That's ridiculous.
Car title loans, man. I'm gonna show you this cat, man. This cat is he is funny too, but yeah. He's another dude I was working with, man. I said, okay. All right, let's see this dude right here, man.
Play that, and I'll be right back. Play that, and I'll be right back.
All right.
Again on this YouTube channel. Don't forget to click on the red button below, the subscribe button. You'll get the notifications when I upload a video. But remember to click on that bell too, so you get all my notifications too quickly when I upload the latest videos. So let's get straight to the subs here. You see I'm behind here at this place right here. Folks, I tell you, Fleet, this is a level 5 threat right here. The highest level. Level 5.
Level 5 through. Okay, so you can see young man has a he's kind of like his shtick is this Star Trek theme, which is, I mean, ain't no problem with me. It multiplies an already bad situation. It multiplies it. It multiplies it.
Well, watch y'all. I'm gonna show y'all what it looks like.
The mind of debt, because this debt is going to continue to reoccur. It's going to keep you trapped within this debt. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's I'm going to show you here. I'm putting it on the screen right here so you can take a look at it. Now, when I went to this place, now mind you, I have a Lincoln MK, my primary car, right? Ouch. Now, when I came to this place, though, I did a title loan for that car. Now, the amount they financed to me was $4,063. And you see the cents there and everything. That's the amount they gave me. Now, mind you, my car probably worth then was like up to, because I bought my car like $5,000. Keep that in mind. Bought the car for $5,000, keep that in mind. And at that time, it was worth a little bit more than $5,000. Now, the amount they financed to me is $4,000. Now, if you take a look here, the percentage rate. The percentage rate is 132%. That's ridiculous. I remember going to this place, the lady who was the clerk here.
That's crazy.
Wow.
You're on mute, brother Clarence. You're on mute.
Okay, I'm gonna give y'all the short version. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. All right. So as you can see up here, his annual percentage rate, his APR is 132%. Yikes.
But you know what? We don't look at that, Brother Clarence, because what we do is we just see the money that you're giving
Yeah,
us.
right. They put it in your hand,
And we
right?
don't understand about the percentage rate. We're not
So
educated about that.
let me tell y'all, let me show y'all the finance charge alone was
And how
$12,443.
and how much was he borrowing?
He
4,000?
borrowed $4,063.26 for a
Yeah.
total, paying back a total of
Come on. Yeah.
$16,506.
Yeah.
That is
Wow.
crazy. That is
Wow.
crazy.
That's
That is
crazy,
crazy.
man. That's
You know,
crazy.
man,
And you know how long it's going to take you to pay that amount off?
yeah, this is a 3-year loan.
Yeah.
This is 3 years. This is
Yeah.
3 years paying on a
And
car
I
debt.
didn't do the title loan for the car, but I did do they had
Payday
that
loan.
little $2,500 one, which I was
Oh
pissed
man.
off when I discovered that I had to pay 7,000 back.
Oh man.
And so once that was done, I never got that again. You know,
Oh,
I at that point I just learned how to be a better steward over the finances. You see what I'm saying?
definitely.
Because a lot of
Definitely.
us are living paycheck to paycheck. And
Yes.
we look at these situations as a way out when it's really a way down. It's
Right.
not a way down. It's not a way out. It's a way down. You know what I'm
And
saying?
yes, and the bad part about it is, I had female coworkers that, we've been working together for 20 something years. We know each other, right? So we could talk to each other. So one of my coworkers, she was telling me, hey man, she said, Clarence, I want to get a car. And I know she had 2 children. And I said, um, well, I said, well, why don't you get, this little Nissan? I told her to get a Nissan Versa because I had one. I said it's good on gas, 4-cylinder. It's a good car. Good engine, it's comfortable seats. She said, nah, but that she said, I need a SUV. I said, but you ain't making SUV money, right? You got the 2 kids to feed, plus you got a mortgage, plus you got all this other stuff. How you gonna do that? With an extra, uh, paying out extra $1,000, right? One of the big SUVs will cost $600 a month for the note and another $400 for the insurance. How you gonna survive doing that? I just need it like that. I said, oh, okay. Now this is before I got into training, so I said, oh, okay. So I didn't see her for a while. And so I ended up bumping into her someplace out there somewhere. One of our offices, I bumped into her, right? And I said, hey, how you doing? She said, oh, I'm fine. I said, what kind of car you got? She said, well, I didn't listen to you at first. I got this big car, but then when I started to pay for that gas for that car, then I started realizing, hey, it's better to have sometimes you can't do what you want until you got the money to do what you want, right?
Mhm.
You're gonna be
Yeah.
all caught up. And I kept telling
Yeah.
her, I said, don't get no big old car like that. She got a little car, little payment, little insurance until you build up, right? Because this is crazy, man. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I could
Crazy.
I it's
I'm not sure, but I think that they're trying to outlaw some of these places,
not in
that are
California.
well, I'm noticing a lot in the area that I live in.
uh,
And believe me, they're all over the place.
yeah.
It's like they're going out of business, they're shutting it down. So, I don't know
Oh, well,
what's happening in that aspect, but
maybe, maybe,
yeah,
maybe,
yeah.
maybe people just going to be able to go into the credit union or go to the bank and borrow money. I don't know. You know what I mean? So hopefully
Yeah,
this is a
but this
better
is this is
situation.
this is the epitome of a loan shark, you know. That's basically what it is.
Oh
These are
man.
sharks, you know.
Oh man. Oh man. And the cold part about it is you have to live a certain way, right? Because you're like, man, you get that quick money, right? And you pay everybody. You go, whew, but you can never really relax, right? Because you always got that. You always got that. You got the clock ticking when you got to pay the next thing, right? The clock is always ticking. Clock is
Yeah,
always ticking. So
yeah.
you gotta. Oh man, that's what I paid that. But then I gotta pay these people back. I gotta pay them $300. I didn't
Mhm.
have I didn't have the 250, and now I got to pay them 300, right?
Right,
So
right,
what can I do? So
right.
like you
And
said,
believe me, the way
oh,
they have it set up, listen, the way they have it set up, if you don't pay them, they're going to take it, automatically out of your
yeah,
account.
yes,
So
that's
you're
what they
definitely going to pay them,
that's what
you
they was
know,
doing when I
and you
first
can't
when I
really make arrangements on it because they're very
yeah,
stiff nosed about
yeah.
arrangements, you
What
know.
that and that's
So
what I'm so glad. That's what made me when they started doing that. That's when I said, okay, it's time for me to walk away from this. And so thank
wow,
God they did
wow.
that because I said to myself, I said, okay, now you give them access to your account. They can go in there whenever they want to. You know what I'm saying? So and
And
then it'll
and
be a
and
problem.
oh, believe me, and I've even had it to the point to where, well, I don't have it to give it back to you, and I told my bank, stop a payment on this. Stop payment, stop a payment, stop payment. You know how you could tell your
Uh,
bank? And guess what
yeah.
they did? They went under, they snidely went under a different type of name to
Oh
get that
yeah.
money out of my account.
Oh yeah,
Even if you
man.
listen, these people are shysters, man.
But
You know, and
it's
we
the
need to be careful when it comes to how we're getting these loans and signing
yeah
these contracts.
yeah.
We need to if we're not versed in what it all means, then we need to have somebody look at it.
I'm gonna
There's
bring
nothing wrong with
somebody in.
having somebody look at it.
Yeah, that's why I got you a Stinny, man. Come in. You know what I'm saying? We gotta look at the backpacks and say, hey, if I didn't, if I hadn't brought you in, I would have paid way more than we paid for the backpacks that we got now. So
Yeah,
Stinny
that
took
was
us to
that
the
that
back,
was
but
that was that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
yeah, that was
I
excellent.
saw the short that you put up today. And
Yeah.
it was, well, you hit the wrong button, and now you ordered the what did you order?
What?
You ordered the multicolored, right?
Oh yeah, oh the multicolor. Yeah. Multicolor one.
Yes, we
Assorted,
were trying
assorted,
we were
assorted colors.
assorted colors. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
We were
And I
trying to
didn't
go with all
realize.
black. We were trying to go
I
with all
wanted to
black.
go to all black, man, because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't want none of the
I,
kids get jammed up, right?
yeah, I thought it would look more uniform with the all black, but hey,
You,
it is what it is. If it, I don't believe that there, people ain't gonna take the bags,
they gonna take them if they free.
because
Even the little
people love
boys will
free
take the
things.
pink ones, right?
Yeah, we're not gonna give the pink ones to the boys though. We
No,
gonna we
no,
gonna
we
we
gonna
gonna
we
we
gonna
gonna
go old
separate.
school, boy.
Yeah,
We
we
gonna
gonna
go.
separate and
We gonna go old school, man.
uh,
Nah, man, you can't have this one, man. But I really
yeah,
want the pink. I know, but nah.
yeah.
I
But
know,
it's
but
really not that hard to send it back. But
yeah. All I gotta do
it's
is tape it up. I mean,
yeah,
it's
I mean,
everything's in there,
hey,
but
but the
we'll
lighter colors. Now here's what I was thinking. The lighter colors, are more apt to get dirty. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Sometimes they
yeah,
get dingy and dirty looking.
yeah,
That's why I would have gone with a darker color. But
yeah,
hey, man,
yeah,
it is what it is, and
yeah,
listen, I'm just excited that we're able to accomplish what we did do.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So we got to figure it out, man. We'll figure it out. I'm probably get on
Uh-oh,
the line with.
Annie's in the back. Now you got me calling her Annie. Anae is in the background. Anae
She
is in the
said,
background
she
talking
said,
stuff now.
man,
See,
she said those backpacks are going back.
look, see. Now,
She
look.
said, those
I'm not gonna fight with her. Me and
me
you, we'll
either,
just,
brother.
me
I
and
got,
you, we'll just,
hey,
we'll be in agreement. But
I got half as much sense as you, Vaughn, and I know better than
yeah,
fight with
but
some penny. So,
but when I saw the video, I said, "Oh no!" When you opened it and you said, "Wait a minute," I'm
yeah,
looking at
man.
the screen like, "What?
Yeah,
What did they
what
send
the
you?"
hell? I was like, man, when I saw them
But you
different
see
colors
how
in there, I was
quickly,
like, what the hell?
but you see how they sent it to you and how expeditiously they did it. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying? And so, hey, I'm not I'm not trying to do a commercial for Amazon, but they're very reputable. Do you know what I'm saying? And if they get your order wrong, believe me, they don't have a problem, fixing that for you.
Well, I'm with it. I'm with it. Let's do it, because but like I said, I'll talk to you and Sister Annie about it, and we'll see.
Yeah,
what
we're gonna chop it up, but we just letting the people hear. We're just letting them peer into, a little aspect of the businesses.
Yeah, let me show them a little bit of it, man. Because you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, show a little bit of it, man. Because that's hilarious when you said, "Well, wait a minute," or you said something, and I'm looking at the screen like, "What? I think I called you actually in the middle of me watching it. I'm like, Brother Clarence, now what's going on?
Bust them open up. All right. Let me play it, man. Let me play it for you, Vaughn. Let me play it for you, man. Get, what I'm saying, show the people where their money's been going, man. Where their money been going.
Yeah, let's do that, man. Come on.
They ain't buying no backpacks. Okay.
All right, y'all. They just delivered the backpacks. These are the backpacks. There's 2 boxes. I'm gonna see what's in them. One should be backpack. One should be school supplies. I don't know. I'm gonna open it up now. Let's bust it down and see, y'all.
This is in Shamika's office, by the
way. Yeah, I thought that was your office. I said, "Oh, look at Brother Clarence's office."
What the heck?
You said, "What the heck?"
You already black. They gave us all different colors. I guess we can use them.
Backpack.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I missed a couple in that first
11,
box.
I figured you did. I figured.
12, 13, 14,
I figured you did. I said 22.
Because I was being lazy. I didn't want to take them out. But when the second box, I said, okay, I better just take them out.
22 backpacks in this one.
But it comes with something where you can, tape that box back up and, send it back. And they'll send you the other order,
Yeah, I think that's what I think, that's the consensus that we should do it. I'm with it.
Yeah, because, we want something that's going to look clean and stay clean, too.
Yeah. I'm glad I didn't put them calculators in there already.
Make sure the pink ones go to girls.
Yeah, because you don't have to send those back.
Red backpacks.
Okay, let me.
I do not want this.
And you kept saying, "Look,
hard up."
I hear you saying, "I did not want this. I did not want this."
Backpacks with different colors. They gave us red backpacks. Did not want red.
See, the horn was trying to tell you right there. Stop.
Okay. There's 22 backpacks in that box. Let's see how many is in this one. I think I'm gonna have to just bust them all out and count them all separate.
See, I knew I was being lazy on the first one. I said, "Nah, I better just take them out. I better just take them out and count them out."
And I figured, I said, "Well, he doesn't want to go through what it takes to send it back because." It is a process, but it's not a hard process. You just
no.
It comes with the return thing on it.
Yeah, you know what it was, Vaughn? I was just so excited to have them. I was like, man,
but you still have time to return them and get them back within a week or so. You know what I'm saying? And that's happened to me too. You just have to know which one to tap on, because if you don't tap on the specific color, and then make sure you call someone too before you send it back, or so that they can give you instructions. They're very good at that.
I got a feeling
as to what to do.
Gonna get us straight, bro. I got a feeling.
Oh yeah, she knows what to do. Where is she at? Drop the link for NA. NA, can you come up for a minute? 2 seconds. Come on, you got 5. You got 3 minutes. That's all we need.
Shout out to Risa Deals in the house. Shout out to Risa Deals.
Yeah. Yeah, but I already know she was gonna say,
You know what? What you say, Mom?
I said I already knew that and they was gonna say, no,
Oh yeah, I
we
didn't
were
know.
trying to order this.
Yeah, but she's like, nah, man.
Yeah, but there's always, but you know what? Listen, there's always some type of thing that goes on when you're trying to do something, and you just have to, do
See, at
whatever you
first I
have to
thought,
do. Yeah.
yeah, at first I thought I thought that I ordered the black ones and they just sent me this. That's what I was going to go in
And
on
then you
Amazon.
looked at it, and it showed
And
you
I
that
looked
you
at it,
ordered.
yes. When I pulled up the tracking number, I saw what it was. I said, "Oh man, I didn't even
Yeah,
realize what I had done." Right? I said,
yeah.
"Oh man."
Yeah, black
So
is a
yeah,
good color because it as far as the way that it looks, kids can get a lot of dirt on stuff. And,
yeah,
when you
yeah,
get these
yeah. You're
bright
right.
colors and and you try to, what you
Especially
gonna do?
younger
Wash
kids,
the
right?
backpack,
Yeah,
you
because they
know?
just leave the backpack on the ground and they kick it around and everything. Yeah, you're right. Well, like I said, we'll look into it and see
Yeah,
Uh-oh, here.
listen.
Oh, you in trouble, Vaughn?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Now I'm not the one in trouble. You're in trouble.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah,
look,
yeah.
I
I
wasn't the one
forgot.
that pushed the button.
I forgot. I was trying to push it off on Vaughn real quick. Hey, you in trouble, Vaun? What's
But I
going on,
got your
sis? How
back,
you
brother
doing?
Clarence. I got your back though, man. I got your back.
Hey, brother Clarence. Hey, Vaughn.
Hey, what's
What's
going
going
on
on,
in
sis?
there?
How you doing?
First of all, they are going back.
Oh, 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 oh,
Okay.
oh, 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 oh,
But you know
oh.
what, Vaughn? This is what I thought about. Do you remember we were talking on the phone and we were saying something and you said, no, brother Clarence, because you may make a mistake and push a button. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
So I
I
had, as soon as
remember.
I saw, I hadn't even finished watching the video. And when I saw, I think you pulled out a green bag or you lifted up a
Yeah.
green bag
Oh
or
yeah.
something
Yeah.
first. I said, oh no.
Wait,
So
wait, wait, wait.
I went on and
NA,
text brother
NA.
Clarence and I said, go check and see the order real quick to make sure that that
Oh
it
my
was black
God.
first.
Look,
Yeah.
NA, listen, I called him look, I put the video on to look at it and said, oh, the backpacks. And as soon as he said, oh, or whatever he said, and I'm like, what? I'm looking at it. And then he pulling out the colors. I called him immediately. I said, wait a minute. Now, hold on. How did this occur? How did this happen?
Yeah.
He said,
Yeah,
well,
it
it'll be
was.
all right. And, I'm trying to rationalize with him. Well, I guess colors are okay. If you don't want to send them back. But
I
no,
felt bad
let
for doing that, man. I was like, oh man.
yeah,
But you
let's
know what?
just
I've done that with the order before. You click something, you think you put one size and you
Right.
didn't click on another screen. It's human. So,
exactly. No, it happens. It's happened to me.
but I the reason why I want to, one, you want black, and I want
Right.
you to get
Yeah.
what you want. So,
Okay.
and the second thing is, I'm not sure what areas the children that are going to be receiving the bags, that get the bags. We don't want them to have certain colors
Right.
that could
Yeah.
potentially be offensive in their area. And
Especially the
like
red and the
Vaughn
blue.
said, you and like Vaughn said, some of the lighter bags get made to get dirty quicker. And then we don't know the ratio of boys and girls that's going to be there. So we don't want it to be
Exactly.
where we have
Yeah.
so many boys coming and then we got all this red and pink. So
Right.
Yeah.
I
And
think it's best that we just
turquoise
correct
and
it.
purple and
Right.
all of the colors of the rainbow. We're not
Right.
doing that. We're not doing
We want them to
rainbow.
have
You doing rainbow, okay? All right, y'all. All right,
Uh,
y'all. Whatever Sister Penny say, that's what
listen,
we'll do.
NA, he clicked the button that said Skittles.
I said, wait, but you know what? It's like I said, I've ordered some stuff and
Me
like
too.
I'll
Me
look over
too.
when I get to my car and I'm saying,
Yeah.
why does that say extra large? And I just didn't
Yeah.
move it back over. So
Yeah.
I've
And
learned from that
yeah.
experience to double
Yeah.
check it.
And
Yeah.
sometimes even if it's a size, like say you want a 2X or a 3X, but
Yeah.
you want it in a particular color. And when you
Yeah.
click on the color, they say it's only in this color and that color. No, it's only in this size and that size, but it's really not in the size you want. Even when you click that color, you see what I'm saying? it's not going to give you what you're asking for. So, I mean, it's an honest mistake, man. Come on.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
like you said, Vaughn.
We're going to have a few flub, but listen, we know the heart is in the right place.
And then it came back quickly. So like you said, Vaughn, it's not gonna be a lot. Like, and I want to make sure that when we call them, try to lessen the expenses that we would have sending it back. And we can just say, hey, is there a way they can come pick it up, because we don't want to have to lug those, the products because of your work schedule or whatever. So it's not gonna I'm not worried about them not accepting it back and exchanging it. And we have enough time to get them back. Yeah,
we have enough time to do it, but you got to get on it. You got to get on it.
Yeah. So why don't we?
But what you can do is, when you speak to them, say, hey, I have a deadline, and unfortunately you gave this to me, and this is not what I really wanted. What can I do to meet my deadline? Is there a way that you can send out the order as I send this back to you? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But Amazon is pretty good, man. When you talk to them, I don't know if anyone has the testimony of a hard time. I've had some issues with them in the past, but very far and in between. So that they're pretty reputable.
Yeah. So I tell you what we're gonna do, y'all. Three of us, if you guys are available tomorrow,
I'm available.
Do it. We'll just do it tomorrow, probably around 3 or so, 3 my time.
Yeah.
And we'll just, however the procedure goes, you guys can walk me through it so we can send the stuff back. I got the tape right here. I can just take them back up.
Yeah. But you can keep the calculators. And I think also inside of the bat, when you get something, if you have to return it, I think they send you a label for that as well. Or
there's a sticker that should be on something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's something that should be in there, like if you have to return it or something. I don't know if you saw that or not.
I did not.
It could just be the label that it came with. So I'm not sure. But anyway, when we talk to them, they'll let us know.
Yeah.
But it's nothing I think that we have to really be concerned about. This is something that can be fixed. You sent the wrong thing and we need you to send this back.
Yeah. So definitely. Y'all, I appreciate y'all. Y'all helped so much, man. And man, without y'all and without all of you guys in the chat, without everybody donating, everybody in the bushes, everybody out there donating, man, we would never been able to get this far. So I appreciate everybody.
Yeah, man. Listen, I mean, I was excited when you opened the box. I'm like, look at this. Wow, we on our way. We didn't even get to the computer part. Wow, yeah.
Got through the computer. Yeah. So how's your day going, Sister Annie?
It's going great.
Good.
Just it's a busy time of the year, so some long work days. So, yeah.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
I need to have you sing against.
I don't have a voice right now, but it'll come back.
See, y'all knew what y'all put me up against Bolo to sing. I can't sing. Y'all put me up against Bolo. Bolo can sing.
No, you put yourself up against Bolo.
Oh,
wait a
right.
minute now.
I forgot about that.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that, sister?
I forgot about that part.
Renee, did you hear that? Did you hear him say that? You put it on us like we put him up to it.
You did really good. Your personality is like your dramatic reading.
Oh man, when you did that, listen, I think I gave you like 10s on that one.
Yeah, I did.
You really came in with the, all of the.
I'm gonna get him again.
No, wait, I wanted to ask you something. With where y'all were talking about the payday loan places, are they just like in certain areas? Like, is that kind of like how you see certain like liquor stores in certain areas?
Yeah, they're in the ghetto. They're in the ghetto.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
They're in hood neighborhoods.
Yeah.
In the hood hood.
That
Yeah.
seems illegal.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gracious.
No, but it's not. It's not.
But it's not.
It's very legal.
But I do believe that they were trying to, you know, in some way, and I can't remember what I heard because it's been such a while ago, you know, that they were trying to take these people down and close these because it was just very unfair, you know,
Yeah,
the way
they
that
should.
the interest rates that they were charging, you know, that should be illegal on its own.
That is usury, right? That is
You know?
usury, right?
Exactly.
But that's the complete
Exactly.
definition of usury, right? But
Exactly right.
it's legal, right? It's legal to be able to charge 130. You borrow 4,000 and you got to pay back 16. That is crazy. The guy that
That's
we
what I'm
showed,
saying.
his car was paid off.
Wow.
I think he had some medical bills he had to pay, and he had to pay something on his for his his medical bills he had to pay off, and so he went. He didn't have no he had that kind of cash on hand, so he went over and to do the car title place, and he ended up paying most of that money, and then they ended up taking the car anyway. I think he said he had like 4 or 5 payments left, and they just took the car because he got behind. This is a terrible. Which one is worse, the payday loan or the car title plate? Which one is worse? You don't never know.
They're both the same.
They're both the same, right?
They're both are out to get your money, man. They're both of them are out to scam you.
Yeah. So the best thing to do is to we got to watch what we're doing. We got to start like I tell you guys what I had to do to get out of the payday loan thing. I had not have cable for a couple of months. I had not have cable. I had to, I was that guy, right? Hey,
you just gotta cut back. You gotta, and you have to sacrifice.
Light on in here. Turn that light off. Turn that light off.
And you know what, Brother Clarence? It's the same way that I am now. It's like, hey, if we don't have it, we don't have it. We're just gonna have to figure a way out. But we're not going to the payday loan people. We're not going to the, a title loan people. No. If we don't have it, then we're gonna have to figure it out some kind of way, make an arrangement. Right. You see what I'm saying? Pay on it.
That's how I learned about that too.
That part.
Because I realized, hey, you can pick up the phone and call these people and tell them, hey, I don't have it today, but I'll pay you on this day, right? Most places will say, okay, pay us when you know what I mean? It's just when you let things get to that hard date, right? You let things get hard, and then it's like, now you up against the wall. I gotta get this done today. I gotta get this payday thing today. And they hand you that money over the counter, and you're like, woo!
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And then 2 weeks later, you're like, oh, I gotta pay them people
back. Pay it back. How am I gonna pay it back? Oh, well, I can't pay it back, but what I can do is pay the little $30 or $40 that they're charging me to borrow it and just get it back again. And it's a cycle. It's a vicious cycle.
Yeah.
And see, this is why it's, this is an example of why it's so important that we work to help build families in the community, being wiser about finances. Because, let's say you go through something and then maybe you can go to a sibling or a cousin. And, if you come on hard times, you can, ask them to loan you some money. It's like in a lot of families, you don't even have anywhere to go to ask for money. And if you are able to ask, the ask may be that it has to be between $20 and $100, but anything that you're asking that may be, $3,000 or $4,000, just maybe your immediate circle doesn't even have it to give. So then you go to these really desperate measures, because you're not thinking, like, I'm just thinking about what you're saying, like these renter centers and these, you're not thinking about the impact of what it's going to be.
Wow, we didn't even talk about renter centers.
About the immediate.
Yeah, you're right.
That's a whole nother thing right there. That's a whole nother thing. The renter center, that's a whole nother thing.
When I lived in Chicago, listen, my whole apartment was furnished with renter centers.
I didn't get caught up in a renter center place.
But the thing is with renter center, what I did was I got one thing and paid it off. Then I got another thing and paid it off. But then look how much you're paying for the thing, though.
Like three
You know what
times
I'm
the thing,
saying?
right? 3 times the price.
Yeah,
Right?
you're paying three times the amount of what it's actually worth.
That's what I had to explain to my wife. My wife was like, "Well, we need a
Man,
new couch. Or we need to do this. We need to do that." I said, "We'll put some. What are the things? You put bedspread over that couch because we ain't gonna do nothing until we can afford it." That's how
Or look at
people
some
get,
YouTube tutorials to how to upholster it yourself or something, reupholster it.
right? I mean, because I kept telling her, I said, man, I mean, these people are going they going hungry, because they trying to keep up appearances, and who cares? It's like the con is worse than the crime, right? It's like you trying to work harder to make yourself seem like you this person, but you're not even really that person. Because
wow.
you don't have no money, because you paying all these rent centers and these payday loan places, the car title places, right? All this crazy interest, man. And I'm not saying if you want something, you shouldn't get it. But I'm saying you should get the best deal for yourself, right? You should get,
Yeah,
if you're gonna go get some, if you're gonna go get some furniture, and you gotta use a pay it on time, you should get the best deal for yourself. And
yeah,
rent a center,
exactly,
I don't think you're
exactly.
gonna get the best deal for yourself over there, man. They're
Yeah,
gonna be like, "Oh, your credit score is this. Come on over. We got a great deal for you, right?"
yeah, yeah. Well, at least I had enough sense to get one thing at a time because
You seem to
Yeah,
fight to that one,
yeah,
right?
some people listen. They furnish that I want this that.
yeah,
And
I've
now
seen
every
it.
month you're paying $500.
I've seen it,
Just
man.
to
I've
have
seen
all
it.
of this furniture and trinkets.
Yeah,
But
So Vaughn, let's
yeah,
say like let's say if it was let's say a washing machine or something, and I don't know if that's something you can get from Rent a Center, but let's
yeah,
say if it was
you can.
$300, what would you wind up spending for it if you actually paid it out? Like what's
Three hundred
what
dollars would be probably about $1,500.
what?
Yeah.
yeah.
If
See,
the
that's
item was $300, you're going to pay at least 1,000 almost.
scripture talks about usury now. I'm telling
It
God on
also
all
said,
now.
look,
Hmm.
and it also says that a fool and his money will soon be departed.
Yeah.
And
But see, you know what?
that's a hard thing to take in, but it's true.
But nobody wants to admit they're being a fool by doing something like
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
because you can get so desperate, right? When I
yeah.
first was with my wife, right? I'm gonna tell you how I lost $500. I was with me and my wife. We were first married. Probably have been married maybe a year and a half, 2 years, maybe, right? And so where we were living, she said, "We got to
Over there.
move out of here. We got to get a place where I can feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable in this place, and I needed my own place, and this and this and that." Right? So I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "This, I've been living here by myself. It's cool." No, no, I need my place. Oh, okay, okay. So I let her put that pressure on me, right? And so I put a $500 deposit down on an apartment, right, out there in Hawthorne, right? I said, "Man, I put the and then when I put the money down, um, she changed her mind. She said, "Oh well, I don't. You know what? We don't need to do that. Let's just stay here." And I said, "But I already gave this man the money. I already gave this man the money, right?"
Mhm,
So she said,
mhm.
"Well, I don't. You can go get it back." So I tried to go get the money back from the dude, and the dude's like, "You know what? We don't do refunds. We don't do none of this. We." I said, "Oh, okay." So I went to, I said, "Okay, I'll take that today." I said, "But you're gonna see me again." So the next time I came up there, I was like, "Okay." I was bad at that time. I had like a bat in the car and stuff. I said, "Okay, all right." So I came back, right? I come back, the place is gone. The rental company thing is
Yeah.
gone,
What?
right?
Scam, scam,
I was like, "Oh man, the
scam.
office is gone." Right? I was like, "Oh man,
Right, right.
dude."
And listen, I've been scammed too. I mean,
Yeah,
I
we
think
are.
this would be if you ever have time to do the research, I think it would be a good show to have and to expose some of these scams,
Well, let's do it,
because
man.
a lot of people are not privy to the scam.
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. And see, and I'm gonna look it up. With they're doing something now where they following you home. they do this a lot of time at Christmas times, where they follow people home. They see you get all your presents. They see you get with these big old bags, getting in the car, and then they just follow you home. And then when you getting out the car, they jump on you. So y'all be careful when y'all out there shopping.
Wow.
Make
Yeah.
sure you're
See,
keeping your
all of
eyes
these different
open
things,
all
especially
around
during
you.
the holiday season.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
people are trying to just take advantage of people because, they don't have what necessarily they feel they should have. So, they feel that they should rob and steal. And
Yeah,
this season here alone, people are doing a lot of scamming. You know,
yeah,
they're selling things under the table,
yeah.
and
They just
because of
doing
the
crazy
holidays,
stuff.
you want to get that PS5. See what I'm saying?
They
And then when
doing
you get the
crazy.
box and you open the box, it's full of bricks. See,
Right,
there's so many
right,
different types of scams that people do.
right. Shout out to Southern Bill. You know what? My son today, right? I get a call. My wife was dropping off my granddaughter to school, and I got another son that's still in school. That's still going to school. My autistic son's going to school, and so he got in the cab that takes him to school this morning because they have a little aide, a lady that sits with him as he rides to school, right? Because they don't let the kids just ride with just the cab driver no more, right? They used to let the kids be in there with the cab driver by himself. They don't do that no more. They have an aide in there with them, and then, right, which is good, right? So
Yeah.
I get a call this morning. Hey, guess what? Our son, he was involved in this. Somebody tried to run into the cab. Somebody tried to rob the cab driver. I said, what? Yeah, tried to rob the cab driver, and and all this, and I said, I was like, where are they? What's going? Because I'm like, I'm gonna go over there. Where are they? Where are they at? And she said, let me call you back because they're calling me again, right? So she calls me back. She said, oh no, they had a mix up. It was another kid with the same name. Our son is fine. They didn't, but the fact that they just went in, because I was like, how is he on his way to school when the cops are talking to this guy? That don't sound right to me. But I'm just saying, it's this stuff going on out here, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they out here robbing cab drivers. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
That's
man.
crazy, man.
It's crazy. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but it's out here. It's out here. And then on top of people doing stuff like that, then you got the scammers out here, right? And so I used to didn't know that they were scammers, right? Hello, NA. This is Officer, or well, this is how they really sound. Hello, this is Officer McCracken, and I am calling you because the IRS, your IRS bill has not been paid, right? You like, what? A case is open for you, right? The guy calls me. The guy calls me and says, "There's a case open for you. You must pay
Wow.
the money now." I said, "What?" I said, "Wait, hold on." I said, "A case for what?" You have the IRS. I'm warning you now. The federal marshals
Now
are
that
waiting
should have
to
been
jump in the door, right?
that should have been a red flag right there.
Right.
Look, when they go to say, I am calling from the IRS, come on.
Yeah, right. And they always say an American name like, "My name is James Robinson." You like, what? Get out of here, man. Yeah,
Yeah, and then they go to asking you for all of your information.
yeah.
And
I just need
no, don't
your
do
social
it.
security number and your bank routing number so I can verify who you are. Right? You're like,
And
what?
see, you know the biggest people or sect of individuals who uh, are more susceptible to these scams are the elderly. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Man, they're really
yeah,
getting over on the elderly people. You know what I
yeah.
mean? And it's crazy, man, that we live in a world where we have these type of things that are going on. But
Hey,
listen, we
Southern
need to be
Bell.
aware of them, and we need to make other people aware.
Brother
So
Clarence says he has been I've had a twist or two in my situation before, right? So when they call and say something like that, you're like, uh-oh. But you know what I'm saying? I had a period where I think I hadn't filed taxes in probably about 2 or 3 years.
Allegedly.
Right? Allegedly. Right? So the guy calls me up and says, "Hey, So it clicked with me, right? I was like, oh man, they come for a minute, you know. But I started like you say, man, I started getting a little like, I don't know, when he's like, yeah, and this is Kevin. I said, Kevin?
Yeah. And if you don't give me the right information, then I cannot really help you.
Yeah, you gotta give me, all I need to verify you is your social security number, your bank routing number, your address, and all that. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah,
said,
everything, everything.
This is how I got the dude. So he goes, yeah, you got a case open right now, and then we're about to prosecute you right now. The marshals are waiting for my signal to come into the house.
Yeah.
I was like,
and I said, well, you know what? Let him come on in because I don't have no money.
I said,
so y'all gonna have to get me some financial aid because guess what? You're not gonna get blood out of a turnip, sir. So come on in. Come on in. I'm gonna leave the door unlocked, actually.
I said, where you calling from again? The IRS. I said, oh, okay. I said, so what's the case number then? If you got a case open with me, what's the case number? What? I said, what's the case number? What? What's the case number? Oh, I'm gonna give you that right now. Are you gonna pay or are you not gonna pay? Said,
oh yeah.
No. And then
I don't
really
talk
got
too
crazy
long
when
with
he was
them on the
talking
phone.
about how to pay, right? Oh, all you got to do is go to a 7-Eleven and get a money green card. And then when you get the money green card, then you got, I said, a money green card? What do you mean? That's crazy, right?
Then they wait, here's another one they have too. They send you a what looks like a legitimate check from an existing business. Now watch this. They're sending you a check. This is a Nigerian thing, but they're sending you a check in the name of a legitimate actual business. You see what I'm saying? And it's saying pay to the order of NA. You know, come on. Yeah. And you're looking at it and you're like, it's the back, and you look at the front, you're like, wow. See, and you put that in your bank account. You see, and they, you know, man, they got so many different types of scams going on, man.
I'm gonna tell you how they got.
My sister. Oh, man. My sister's gone. What happened?
Oh man, well she probably got some stuff to do, man. She'll be.
Okay. Well, she should. She could have said goodbye, or.
Yeah, man.
No, I know. It was something happened. So.
Yeah, of course. Southern Bell said I should have said I'll be waiting, but I can see you when I get here now. Southern Bell, come on. Your computer's acting up since then. Okay, we got you though. We still love you.
Yeah, we got you. We got you.
So, my sister-in-law got caught in one, right? So, my sister-in-law, man, she had fell on some hard times, right? And she said, man, you know, she had told my wife, man, I'm getting thrown out of my place. I need a place to stay. So my wife came to me and said, my sister needs a place to stay for a couple of days. It always starts out as a couple of days, right? That couple of days turned into almost 2 years, right? But anyway, my sister needs a place to stay for a couple of days, right? So she came to stay with us for a while, right? Everything was cool. Everything was cool, right? And so so one day, you know, she's a strong-willed person, right? So she's the kind of person, if you tell her, hey, this is a scam, she'll be like, nah, this ain't no scam. I know it's good. I feel it in my heart, right? Anyway, so she was opening up her mail. She was like, oh man, all right, you know, she's all happy, right? So my wife goes, oh, what happened? What? She said, hey, I got this check. I got this check for $2,500, right? And so she said, all I got to do is go cash it. And so she said, but I got to call this number first. So my wife was like, that sounds like a scam, you know. She said, let me call Clarence and let him at least talk to you about it. Let him look at it and check it out. She's like, no, I don't need him to look at this. It's a scam, right? So I said, oh, okay. And called me anyway, right? And so she had to call this number, right? So she calls the number and they say, oh, ma'am, you won. You hit the jackpot. You hit the jackpot. You got one of our secret checks. All you got to do is send us $200, $300, and then that we could activate that check. See, it's not active now.
Yeah.
If you deposit it, there's no funds in there. When you send us the $300 processing fee,
Oh
then
yeah.
it'll activate the check, right?
Yep. That's a good one. Yep.
Classic scam, right? So I told her, hey,
Classic.
that's a scam. I said, don't send them nothing. She said, are you crazy? This is $2,500. I said, you ain't even got the $300 to send them. What are you talking about? Right. So next thing I know, about a day or two later, she's like, oh man. And so we were like, what's the matter? She said, I sent them the money and I'm still waiting on this money. I'm still waiting on this check to activate, right? It's bouncing like Kobe all over the court, right? And
Yeah.
so I said, I told you it was a scam. I told you it was a scam. She's like, man, I know it couldn't be a scam. It couldn't be. I said, it is. It's a scam. They scamming you. And
Yeah, man. You really got to be careful, man. It's just
come to find out, man, what she had did was embezzle a little money to make the payment. And so now she had to pay the money back that she embezzled. And she had to I mean, I'm just telling because I'm not like we all have done some crazy stuff. So I'm just telling this story. So she had to put that money back. Plus, she was out to $300, man. I mean, it was just crazy, man. It was crazy.
wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Listen, I've been scammed too, you know.
me too,
Me and
man.
my wife both together. And you know, it really makes you want to tear up some shit. You know, I'm just
Yeah,
saying, you
man.
know, when
Yeah,
when you see that people took advantage of you over your money, you know what I'm
man,
saying?
bro.
But then when you look at it realistically, you have to admit that, you know, how could I fall for such a thing? You know,
Sometimes
well, how come I didn't see that? What was it about me? Well, it was stupidity. You know,
yeah,
well,
you're not
maybe
paying
not
attention to
stupidity, not stupidity, because you know, stupidity is when you know how to do better, and you know, and you just do whatever. But ignorance, I would say that was the reason. It was because
yeah,
we were ignorant to the fact that you know, a lot of these offers are just not real. You know,
right.
they're not substantial.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Ah,
oh,
she's back.
Sister Annie,
I'm
we forgive
sorry.
you. We forgive you. We still love you.
No
But we
worries,
See,
no
that's what I
still
worries.
get
tell
for
them.
laughing and stuff like that. I'm not laughing at y'all jokes about that stuff anymore.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
We telling scam stories, Sister Annie. So
yeah.
my son fell for one. My baby boy fell for one. He was probably about
Ay, ay, ay.
yeah. I mean, he's gonna be 21 on his next birthday, but he was probably about maybe 10 or 13 or 12, 13, something like that, right? He was on our computer, and we had we had a computer in the house, a common area computer, right? This is before laptops and the tablets and all that stuff. We had a computer that everybody could use, right?
Yeah,
And so, remember back then, you could go on AOL and all this stuff, and you could go on these sites like that, even
yeah,
YouTube, and you could get some of those what do they call it, malware, right? And so my son would go on these anime sites, and so he went on one of these anime sites and picked up this malware, right? And so what does it say? Bam, your computer has been taken over. Your computer has been blocked, right?
Mm.
You have to pay $300
Ah,
to unlock your computer, right? And so me and my wife were laying down, right? And I could hear my son. Now nobody's supposed to be on a computer without my permission, right? So they have to come to me first and tell me they're on the computer. But I heard the clicking, right? And I said, "Who's on the computer?" Right? Because my oldest boy wasn't even home, so I was like, "Who's on the computer?" And I think my oldest boy wasn't home, and I think my youngest boy wasn't home. So just my youngest, my oldest and my middle boy wasn't home from school yet. So I think had stayed home that day, and so I heard him clicking on the computer. I'm like, I said, who's going to click it? I said, it got to be him. So I get up and I go in there, and he was he was giving out our phone number. He was giving out our address. I said, "What are you doing?"
ay, ay,
I
ay.
said, well, he said,
Yeah, not good.
I broke the computer. I broke the computer, and they said I had to tell them our address, and I had to give them our phone number. I said, "Stop right now." I think he was in the middle of giving our address. I said, "Stop, stop." And of course, it was Kevin. What are you doing? Finish giving us the information so we can unlock your computer. I just hung up on him, right? I said, no. We just gonna take the computer to somebody, get it get it clean. But I was like, see, it ain't even caught him as a kid, right? He said he was on the anime site, and he all of a sudden this thing came up, right? And I said, okay. See, back then, what I thought that PC, the Norton, I thought that was a scam. I was like, oh, this is a scam. You ain't got to worry. As long as you're not going to these, prime sites, you should be good, right? Shouldn't have no problem, right? You're not gonna, but I didn't realize they had that malware on almost everything. Wherever you go, they had that malware, right? You gotta have
Wow.
a Norton. Yeah, so that's how he had caught up, man. We got caught in a
Wow.
bunch of stuff too, man. Yeah, man. It was crazy, y'all. But yeah, we gotta, and that's what I'm gonna start doing, y'all. I'm gonna start bringing people over to talk about other issues like how to buy a car, how to buy a house, how to invest,
Yeah.
how to start your own like sister did here. I'm gonna interview her. Start your own 503c, so you can do your own charity, because a lot of us, we got good ideas, but we just don't know how to the mechanics to putting it together, right? We don't have
Execute them. Yeah.
execute them, and then you don't meet people that's actually can give you some relevant information about it, right? You don't really know anybody that can pull you to the side and say, hey, this is how you do this. This is how you do this. This is the best way to do that, right? And so, and then again, I'm like, I try to look around and see what everybody else is talking about, and they always talk about the same things, right? Either you need to submit, either you need to submit, submission,
Oh my God. Yeah.
submit, right? And you're like, how many different ways can you package that, man? How many ways can you package that, man?
Exactly. I try to see, and after you go back 2 or 3 weeks later, they try to put a different spin on it, but you're like, but it's the same thing.
But
When
bruh,
does submission become like,
That's a
first,
man's,
if a
it's a
person
man's
doesn't
spirit.
love you, like when does submission become like this hot, go-to thing?
Yeah.
Like, what's
It's
the most important thing in a relationship is the woman submitting. Like what
I tell
and
you
it's
what.
just not ignorant speaking, but like, is that something that's like in this past few years that it's been something popular, or just because I'm now listening to certain channels that are talking
Well,
about
you
it?
know what? It's people that are taking a biblical concept,
well, there's some
okay,
predators
because
on.
that's where it's mentioned,
Predators on.
and
But
wait, they're taking a biblical concept and they're trying to twist it and turn it into what they want it to be,
is that my phone?
and now it goes from, no, that was my fax machine,
Oh,
but so now they're trying to bend it and twist it into what they want it to be, in regards to the manospheric opinions. It's a very manospheric concept. They take a biblical term, you know, and the manosphere is using that to say, well, yeah, you're supposed to submit, but submit to what?
But when did that become like
If
the
you
hot
listen,
topic?
if you are a trifling Negro, why would you sit up and ask a woman who is on the ball to submit to you? Like, what would she submit to you for?
but
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, like I said, it could just be I just haven't been watching the channels that I'm now seeing it, and they've always been talking about it. One, when did that become like the hot topic? And also, like when they talk about the submission, like what does that look like in real time? Like submission is just a word. What action are they? What action are they wanting a woman to exhibit that they feel they're not experiencing right now? Like what is it? Like they want them to, if they provide some, hey, look, we're going to take this direction in our lives, that the woman moves in that direction with no conversation about it? Like what is it that they want? What action is it? Not the word. That's easy. Submit.
Yeah.
what actions are they looking for from a woman? Hey, Bola.
Well, let me just say this for a quick second, and I know Bolo can eat this topic up, but you know, when they're talking about submit, what they're talking about is no matter how trifling I am, no matter how inconsiderate I am, no matter how many times I leave my socks on the floor and disregard, you know, you cleaning all the time, you know, you should submit to and be willing to, you know, do that on a continual basis. You know, submission to me, and it you know, the Bible says that, you know, your wives, submit yourself to your husband. It's not a hard thing, and it's not something that we need to browbeat the woman about. It comes along with her character. It comes along with who she is. Now, you have some women who are submissive. It's a part of them. But you also have some women that are submissive that's not going to go for bullshit at the same time. You see what I'm saying? Who are you submitting to? And why are you submitting to them? Now, if they are submit worthy, in other words, I honor my husband. I honor my husband. It said submit yourselves to your husband, not the gentleman on YouTube that's just using talking points.
No, but what I'm
saying, what I'm saying?
But right, so like scripture talks about submitting to your husband, but scripture also talks about submitting to governing authorities also. So if the thought is to submit to a woman, then we would all equally, men and women, have to also submit to governing authorities. And that's not something that is an easy pill to swallow either. But like, see, and we're still saying the word. So like okay, so if we have
I'm
to
exhausted
put it in,
from the word, actually. I'm exhausted from it.
So but I'm just trying to figure out what the action looks like. Is it that they want a woman to
they want you to be in the role. They want you to operate in the role that they have designed for you. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I'm just
what is that role? Well, the role is
what that is.
You are domesticated. Listen, they want you to be domesticated. They want you to be in the kitchen. They want you to know how to use the broom and the mop. They want you to be home to take care of the children. You know, it's so many different twisted things, you know, and some of these things are just natural things that instinctive things that a woman who loves her husband would just do automatically. It's not something that you have to just, you know, stamp on a person and browbeat them about it. You know, I don't know. I'm gonna let Brolo take it because I know he can really, you know.
Hey man, I gotta go before Bolo because Bolo's gonna be here for half an hour, man. I gotta get mine in first before Bolo.
No,
right? He's gonna break out. But now the good thing about the half an hour, he's gonna drop some jewelry down the way. He's gonna drop some jewels on the way. But I mean, it's gonna be a while. So let me get mine in before Bolo. All right. I know he's a guest and everything, and yeah, good. All right, so anyway.
Yeah, but he knows how to have a quick answer too. So come on, give him credit. Yeah, give him
about Bolo? Give him a little credit. Are we talking about the same Bolo TV?
Yeah.
You talking about the same person?
Have you shined my belt today, brother?
Something's going on.
Right.
Y'all hear that?
That's all I want to know.
There's something wrong with Bolo's mic. Not coming in good. I'll get back to it. All right, Sister Annie, real quick, because I want to let my brother Bolo, because I know he's gonna drop a jewel on us. All right, so in my opinion, this is my opinion. What they want, what it looks like to them, is no matter the fugaziness of what they're saying, no matter how many times they are incapable or incompetent, you are supposed to sit back and just roll with the program. You're not supposed to challenge their incompetence. You're not supposed to challenge their lack of a work ethic. You're not supposed to challenge anything. Everything they do is supposed to go unchallenged, right or wrong, good or bad, whatever. That's my opinion of it. That's my opinion, you know, because they don't want you to challenge anything. They want you to just sit there, no matter what. Hey, I lost my job. I'm not going out to get another job. But why are we using, you know, my check, we were supposed to save it, right? You the woman. My check, we were supposed to be just saving this money. Now we living off this money. can you at least try to get another job? Nah, I'm good. You're not supposed to challenge that. Hey, I'm the man. Don't challenge me. I know what's best, in my opinion. Now, I'm going to let Bolo, because Bolo probably will break it down even better than me and Ron did, but that was my opinion of it.
First of all, how you guys doing tonight? How's everything?
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Well, how you doing?
Did you like that when I text you while you was on? Why did you like when I was texting you, man? While you was up here again, man?
You always text me when we're on the show, man.
I'm consistent, brother, ain't I?
You are consistent. It's okay. I'm gonna start calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's start seeing who's more consistent. Listen, I came to an epiphany that what we're doing, let me speak for me. What I've been doing has been really conflating conversations in the aspect of, giving the answer softly. And, this weekend passed and let me know that we're too late in the game to be giving soft answers. The answers have to be given the way the answers need to be given. And however the person takes it is how the person takes it. When we're talking about the difference in the submission to the government and submissions to God, the submission to God, to the government and is respecting the powers that be, respecting the laws of the land. That's the submission, respecting the laws of the land. When you submit yourself to God, that's total. Everything you are, everything you ever will be, and everything that you are at this moment belongs to Him. And that's the difference between the submission to the government and the submission to the Father, right? So even though we're using the same word, in the context of how we use that word, it gives you the perspective in which the submission we're talking on or talking in. When we're talking about these men, the one thing that, I need men to understand, or women to understand rather than men, and this is very important. So if you guys remember anything that I ever say, please remember this, women. An alpha man does not have to say that he's an alpha man. Alpha men don't walk into the room and tell you that they're alpha men. They give off a vibration. They give off a spirit that that this alpha man is a man that takes care, that sacrifices, that leads, that protects, and provides. Period. This is not something that they need to say. So if you have a man that is telling you that this is what I am, then you have a problem. It's just simply spoken. We can go into it because, I'm starting to see this is why conversations end up being 6, 7, 8 hours on Testimony Friday. Because we conflate the conversation, right? We entertain the branches opposed to dealing with the root. And dealing with the branches is going to get somebody killed. I'll say it again. Dealing with the branches is going to get somebody killed, because when you deal with the branches, you are not immediately in the moment of how important every second counts. You're not. You're dealing with nonsensical information and nonsensical conversations that don't mean nothing. So at this point, it is what it is. At the end of the day, what the Lord says is what the Lord says. Now, there's a difference between someone that is trying to understand and someone that is trying to evade. And that's up to the person that's delineating the scriptures to have the discernment to understand someone that is really trying to understand what's going on, and a person that is trying to evade. A person that's trying to evade, me personally, I don't have time for it anymore. A person that's trying to understand will rock out to however long the Lord tells me to rock out with you. So when it comes to these men that are searching for total submission from a woman, it's a few things that they're dealing with. One, lack of self-esteem.
Agreed.
They need you to treat them like they think in their mind they ought to be treated because they have not been treated that way in their life.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So this is not something that is normally and organically grown. This is what they're telling you that they want. This is a job. You know, even in jobs, they give you a training and then they organically put you in the field and let things work. They're not doing that. They're coming in and saying, this is what you ought to do. This is what you need to do. Like you don't know what you need to do. I can't teach a woman to be a woman. She already knows how to be a woman. Are there certain things that I can guide her in because of the scriptures? Absolutely. But she already knows what being feminine is. She just doesn't need to be feminine to you because it didn't click. It's a key and lock. That's what it is. It's not hard. You know, Brother Vaughn said it earlier. You have these men telling every woman to submit. This ain't about every woman submitting. This is why the Lord tells you every woman submit to your own husband.
Exactly.
Period. Now, when you're talking about Sister Ani, she ought to respect men. But it's a different respect that she would give to her husband than she would give to a regular brother that's on the street.
I agree with that.
So although we use the same word, there is different context in which we use this word. I'll give you an example. A lot of us quote John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him should have everlasting life. Sounds like he's talking about the circumference of the planet. But when Peter asked him and said, should we pray for the world? Christ said, pray not for the world. Pray for those which God has given you. Now, hold on. Now, either the Bible's contradicting or man's understanding is off. And we know the Bible to be true. So it's man. God ain't coming for the circumference of the planet. He's not coming for the circumference of the planet. So let's get that off the table. He's coming for a small remnant of those that serve him, not the circumference of the planet. So when he was talking about the world, it's like when they say, we're going to go into the world of the fish, the dolphin, even though the dolphin is a mammal. They're talking about that specific mammal, that specific fish, whatever it might be, that specific dinosaur, that specific insect. We're going into their world. So the context in which we use the word world has to be looked at the same way we look at submission, the same way we look at respect. What's the difference? Because these words can be used differently. When the Lord says he will destroy Israel, but then he comes back and says, I will never destroy Israel. So how do we understand what context is he using that word destroy? Because when he says he's going to destroy his enemy, we know it's not the same of when he says he's going to destroy Israel. Israel, he's going to break them down to their last compound. The enemy, he's going to destroy them where they do not exist anymore. We read that this morning. And although that Psalms that we read, 92, is a beautiful Psalms, what we tend not to focus on is the destruction that the Lord is going to give those that don't follow. That's what we seem not to pay attention to. So yes, this conversation of submission now is coming up because men have not had a voice in a long time. So now when you give a mute a voice and he hasn't spoken for 30 years, he's going to talk about everything, even things that don't make sense. So the topic today is submission. Submit, using biblical, principles in carnal lifestyles, thinking that they can find a hack to it. There is no hack.
Yeah, I like that, man, because you always say that. You always say, there's no hacks, because it seems like that's all they're trying to do is find a hack for everything.
But this is the thing. Oh, okay. Let me give you an example. Sister Ani is my wife. Sister Ani is submissive to me. She's not submissive to Bolo. She's submissive to who Bolo represents.
Right.
She is not submissive to me. This is what we don't understand. And that's why when you read Ephesians 5:25, which is good to read, this is why we do it early in the morning. Wives, submit unto your husbands as you would submit unto the Lord. Period.
Exactly.
Because both of us are in the Father. She has a job. I have a job. My job is to be the steward of his daughter, which is my wife. Her job is to be submissive to me as she would be to the Lord, because she is serving the Lord, IA, through me, because I represent him to her on this earth. So both of us together serve the Father. So if she's out of order, it is my job to do my best to get her into order. If I'm out of order, it is her job to let me know that I'm out of order. At the same time, not getting out of order, but knowing that if I am serving the Father, he'll get me in order, period. That's how this works. This ain't about us. This ain't about me. This ain't about her. This is about together us serving him. At the end of the day, none of this belongs to us. This all belongs to him. All of this belongs to him. We read in Psalms 51 and 52 where he said, your sacrifices that you give, all those buffalo are mine. They're all mine. I know them by name. There's nothing on this earth that you've done. Period. You can't even say mine rightfully. You have to say mine in the aspect of temporarily. Period. So we have to understand these words in which we use.
Okay, I got a question. I got a question for you. Well, I got a question for you, Bolo, but hold tight. I got a question for Sister NA, because since we got a female and we can actually talk about this. And shout out to Von Eric, by the way. Okay, so Sister Anna, you still with us?
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Like you said, this big old buzz about submission. What because I see women kicking back on that so much. What in most women's mind is their thought of what that means?
You know, I'm just going to be totally honest. My circle, we don't use that word. Not because we believe in, I'm going to love my husband. I'm going to want the very best for him. I'm going to want to be what scripture says a virtuous woman is. It's about me behaving in the way that God has said that I need to. I want it to be where when I get married, that in the times that I'm not being as virtuous as I should be, and my husband sees that I'm contentious and goes on the roof, please God, let him come back in the house and not leave the house. I want to be where, I'm there for him. I'm his helpmate. And there be some times when he kind of, not literally, but I'm going to use the word leash. Okay. When he lets me off the leash and says, you go get him. You know what I'm saying? If there's a situation where I'm more well equipped to handle a situation, like when you and Vaughn were saying, you knew I wasn't going to let us keep those bags. You knew that, but not because I submit under your authority. I don't even like to stand over a man, so we don't use the word. We talk about the behavior, because the behavior is going to be what we can kind of sink our teeth in. And that's what you want to work towards. But if you just use this blanket word of submission for me, for the females that that's in my close circle, and I don't have a lot of friends, but that's why I said, where did this come from? I know what it says in scripture. And when we're talking, from a spiritual standpoint, we do talk about it in that perspective, but we try to make sure that we understand what the behavior is. Because when you look at a virtuous woman, a lot of times when people say, oh, I'm a virtuous woman, there's a lot that she does. Are you cooking? do you have a business? You know what I'm saying? Are you making sure that when he goes around other men that you helped him be respected? You know what I'm saying? If that means ironing his shirt, making sure that his clothes are right before he leaves out. Like, so I tend to look at and focus on behavior. So when I ask, like, what does that mean? So, like, if I was talking to a man one-on-one and he said, hey, I want you to submit. First of all, I'm hoping that any man that courts me doesn't have to ask that question, because he will just know. My aura will just present that. And if it doesn't, I'm praying to God that he corrects me. So I just want to know how I can help serve him. How can I make you better? What are you doing how are you willing to help make me better? I want to be inspired by him. I want him to be inspired by me. I want it to be where I'm not thinking about, his soul is more important to me than my earthly need for him to be what I need him to be. I'm going to pray for his soul. If, I don't want him to cheat on me, but if he does, I'm praying for his soul, because what he's just done is done an offense to God. It's impacting me, but he's done an offense to God. So that's what I tend to talk about in my circle. I've heard so much submission in YouTube. I'm just like, oh my gosh. And then it's like, they're not qualifying it. And Southern Mail, I'm not calling you out because it's in the chat, but she said, it's not that intellectual. See, sometimes when you ask people to qualify and to explain their words, it gets watered down, because they can't explain it then. Mm-hmm. So now you can tell they're just using talking points. They're just saying things. They don't know what it means. And it tends to make a person kind of look ignorant, not knowing, like you're saying something that you don't know. So I hope that I am just the woman that God needs me to be for him. And then my husband benefits from that. So that's the best I have with that. I don't really use that word like in conversations.
Can I help you for a second?
You don't have to really help me, but I mean, you can add something.
I can add to you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This is 1 Peter 3:1.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is kind of what you were saying. I think it is what you were saying. And it's better to see it in the book, opposed to, a lot of times women think in this world that to be heard and to be understood, that they need to vibrate on the man's register, right? This is what God says to that. And listen to what he says. He says, wives. So we know he's talking to wives. There is no doubt. It says, wives, likewise, be submissive to your own husbands. There's that word again. He goes deeper into it. He says that even if some do not obey the word, now he's talking about the husbands. Okay, so that even if the husbands do not obey the word, they, without a word, without you saying anything, without the wives saying anything, may be won by the conduct of their wives, but by your acts. See, when you're dealing with the righteous man, okay, and he has time to be still and reflect on what he's doing, and he sees that his wife is still in order, doing what she's doing, not getting bent out of shape and trying to be out of order like I am, it doesn't help me. It adds to my weakness. But when you stay the course, it says without a word may be won by the conduct of their wives. So now this man that you married, you know that he's a man of God, right? But men of God fall, they slip. All of us are not perfect. But when he sees that you're staying on point, you see him going off, but you're not going off with him. When they observe your chaste conduct accompanied by fear, when they see that you're on point, not being fearful of them, of your husband, but being fearful of who your husband represent, and right now is not on point with, Do not let your adornment be merely outward. Don't let it be about how beautiful you are, arranging the hair, wear gold, or putting on fine apparel. Rather, let it be the hidden person of the heart, with the incorruptible beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit, which is very precious in the sight of God. For in this manner, in former times, the holy women who trusted in God. That's the whole point. Remember, and we always talk about that trust in the Father, right? We always talk about what? BFTCC, belief, faith, trust, confidence, conquering. We always talk about that because that's very important. So it says that hidden person, incorruptible beauty, a quiet spirit, which is very precious in the sight of God. For in this manner, in former times, the holy women who trusted in God also adorned themselves, being submissive to their own husbands, as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters you are. Why are you her daughters? Because she was that head. The same way when Paul said, follow me as I follow Christ, we're following Paul, but Paul is telling you the reason why you're following me is because I follow Christ. So if you follow me, you are following Christ. So there's a Godhead. So you being a woman in order, even in the way you speak with humility. This is what you don't see with most women. So now the Lord says that you are a daughter of Sarah, calling him Lord, whose daughters you are, if you do good and are not afraid with any terror.
I got a question for you, Brother Bolo.
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Please.
Yes, sir. All right. So, does that mean that if I'm a woman and I'm supposed to submit to my husband, but my husband is, like Sister Annie said, he's out there and he got a little wild streak in him, right? Am I supposed to? I think the fear that most of them have, and I'm not talking about Sister Annie in particular, but I think most of the women that kick back on this is that they have to continue to be submissive to someone that might not be that competent.
But you picked them.
But
there's your answer. Stop there. You picked them. So maybe before you picked a husband, you should have made sure that you had a better relationship with God so that your discernment would be better when you went out there looking for a husband. It's the same thing with the men. Maybe if this man had a relationship with God, he would have had better discernment in picking a wife. A lot of us as men, and I'll speak for me, a lot of us as men, we're going out there not having direction, not having character, not having integrity in the Father, and we're going out there and telling these women submit, submit, submit. And the reason why these women are being turned off is because they're being turned off by the wrong men saying submit, submit, submit. If the right men that had a relationship with the Father was saying this, then maybe it wouldn't put a bad taste in their mouth.
Great.
Wait, okay, with that example that you just
I
gave,
agree.
Brother Clarence, I have to disagree a little bit there. To some portion of that, at least with that example. I believe that even if a person has discernment and what they've seen in a person has been, very positive, life sometimes throws some ingredients together where people that on a normal day would not behave in a certain way,
Always.
it's out of character for them. And sometimes you can, I believe that I am, a faithful, honorable woman. I don't know. I can't say to somebody, oh, I would never cheat. I know I never desire to cheat, or I don't want to cheat. I can't say that I never would. And I would hope that if I fell whatever it was that made me feel like in that moment that I had some permission to step outside of my vow, that I would not be viewed as a person that my husband did not have discernment for. I just screwed up.
Sister, on that right there, we have to understand that when we get on these platforms, we speak in general.
Mm-hmm.
These are in general conversations.
And I'm saying in general.
No, but I'm saying what I mean by that is this is why I covered by saying none of us are perfect. And that's why that scripture said that if your husband steps out and he's not obeying, there are going to be times when we step out. That goes, and when I say step out, meaning we're not serving the Father, whatever that might be, gamble, whatever it may be, right? We all fall under that. But because, in other words, meaning if my woman right now, let's say she had a miscarriage, right? Postpartum, your body is out of whack at this point because your body has to change for the baby and so forth and so on. So sometimes chemically you're imbalanced. And right now, you're bugging out. That does not give me liberty to bug out with you. That's what that scripture is saying. In other words, if my woman is out of order, that doesn't give me liberty to go out of order with her. But that scripture was specifically for wives and men, meaning if I'm out of order, that doesn't give you liberty to go out of order with me. What that means is you pray for me. You continue doing what you're doing, praying to the Father, communicating with the Father, talking to me. If you see I'm on a rampage, staying out of my way, giving me my room, like you said, I'm going up on the roof, I'm tripping out, I'm bugging out. You're continuing to do what you do because you know that you married a God-fearing man. But life happens, right? Like you said, life happens. I might have got fired. Now I feel like I'm less of a man because now I'm not able to protect you, provide for you, and do all these things. And now we're about to go on hard times. And in your mind, you're saying, I don't give a damn whether you have a job or not, because I know the man you are. This is not going to be something that's long. It's going to be temporary. I don't look at you any different. But at the end of the day, society says that this is what we have to do. So we have that thing boggling us down. It's not about you. It's about what we feel as men and how we look at ourselves in the mirror, being that we were born and shaped in iniquity and sin. So with that being said, we're supposed to stay in order, whichever part is out of order. So if my brother Vaughn is tripping out, that doesn't give me liberty to trip out with him, because now both of us are in trouble. So now the Lord is going to look to me and say, hold on, Polo, you were supposed to pull Vaughn in, not go with him. That's the thing. So if Eve would have bit of the fruit and Adam would have put her back in order, the Lord would have only checked Eve. But because Adam fell out with her, now I got to check everybody. And that's the point of that scripture, because a lot of women in this day and age, they think to be heard. Now, again, this is dealing with men and women that are of the Father. Says that's what this is dealing with. This is not dealing with worldly people. If it was dealing with worldly people, this would be a whole different conversation. But this is dealing with men and women that have relationships with the Father and that have relationships with each other. So
that's a good point. That's a good point.
With that being said, if you know that I'm a good brother and I'm your husband, Edne, I'm your husband, and you know my heart is genuine into Christ. But again, I'm getting, I'm about to get fired, or, my mom passed, or something traumatic put me on, tilted me a little bit. And this isn't my husband. This right here happened that shifted him a little bit. Your job is not to shift with me. Your job is to stay the course. Your job is to stay the course. The same way if something was to happen to you, my job is to stay the course. My job isn't to trip out with you. Does that make sense?
I got a question. Oh, sorry, Sister.
Yeah, what you're saying makes sense. The point that I was just addressing, or that I thought I was speaking to, was the point about like you know, if a woman is with someone and, you know, he does something and, you know, to the left, then there's a question of that she should have had, or he should have had, discernment. And the only point that I was making is that even a person who has a relationship with God, sometimes, certain times in a person's life, they could potentially do something that is totally out of character, or marry someone and what they are used to that person doing or how they were behaving, they shift. And like, I don't remember which one of you had mentioned an example, but like even like during a pandemic where people lost jobs and things, you know, it can make a man, you know, feel, you know, less than. And then, you know, as much as his wife is uplifting him, he's so torn down from not being able to provide for her that he does something, whatever. It doesn't have to necessarily be cheating, but just something that has him out of his character. And what the world would say is she should have had discernment. And I'm saying a lot of times, or I believe more often than we give credit to, that people do have discernment. It's just that sometimes with certain situations, we don't, you know, and you know, maybe to the point of like where we talk about like Job and the friends that were around him. You know, I think you and I have a difference of opinion on his friends, because I thought he had good friends. They just kind of screwed up on their guidance to him then. And sometimes that off guidance can cause you to have, you know, a really hectic reaction to how you take their advisement. But I would just say, you know, I hope people do their best to have discernment going out the gate. You may, when you go around the track, you get around the second lap and somebody falls off or they lose their shoe or something, but at least start out the gate, you know, as well equipped and as healthy as you can. So that's the only thing I would say to that.
I agree with you. I agree. I thought that the example I gave was in agreement with you. That, you know, if I know that you're a good woman in Christ and you know that I'm a good man in Christ, that doesn't mean that we don't stutter step. It doesn't mean that, you know, I might have a bad week where I'm just bugging, you know, and you might say, that's not Bolo.
Right.
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Okay.
So I totally agree. And those things are allotted. That's why, you know, 1 Peter 3:1 is so important, because it is addressing what you're saying.
Okay.
It's addressing.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. It's addressing, because that's why when you read it and it says, you know, remember the key words was, wives likewise be submissive to your husbands, that even if some do not obey the word. Right. So like you said, the pandemic hit, you know, normally I would be even killed, but because of the pandemic, I'm not obeying the Father. I'm doing those things that are unseemly to put food on my table, and it's having an effect on my personality towards you. Right.
Right.
Without a word, without you screaming at me, without you doing this, without you doing that, without a word, be won by the conduct of their wives. When they observe your chaste conduct accompanied by fear. So when I see my woman still praying for me, still talking to me, still being there, even though I'm bugging, because don't think that when we're doing wrong, we don't know that we're doing it. We just try to make up an excuse for us doing it. You know, it's the pandemic, you know, Lord, and I got to provide for Nay. You know what I'm saying? I got to provide for Nay and our children. So I got to go rob this bank. And you're sitting here saying, but Bolo, if you get caught, it puts us in a worse situation. You're taken away. Now, you're saying it in a way, in a feminine way, where all I hear is my wife speaking, not someone browbeating me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh no, trust me. I'm gonna say tighten up, buddy.
Well, yeah. So what you're saying is absolutely true, and 3:1 goes into that you do not have to get outside of who you are as a beautiful woman of God to try and prove a point to your husband. You don't have to do that. Because by you praying to the Father and he knows that you're a daughter of his, you think he's going to keep your husband out of order still? No, he's not. He's not going to do that because you're a daughter of his. Why would he give his daughter a bad man when she's a good woman? Doesn't make sense. The Father's not going to do that. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have shaping to go through. We all do. You know, we all have those pains and sufferings that we have to shape us into the men and women that we need to be.
Definitely.
You said you had a question, Brother Clarence?
Man, let's see how I can remember it.
See, when you were about 150 years old, like you are, you know.
Let's see. I think I was going to ask you a question about the submission part, because I think you touched on one question, you answered already, but the other the first question I was going to ask you is, you know, but you pretty much answered it though. But the question was going to be, when you absolutely are being the man that you're supposed to be in that relationship, that works in that relationship, I was gonna say that you don't really have to ever ask for submission.
Absolutely.
That's not something you have to ever say. You
Nope.
it just works. Just like as a woman, you never have to say, "Are you going to go to work and make sure these bills are paid?" You never have to say that, because the guy's always, he's just going to do it anyway. He's automatically going to do it,
right?
And just the females don't automatically do it.
And remember this. And remember this. Every righteous woman may not be for that righteous man.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? So Anae is a righteous woman. Von Bryant's a righteous man. Although both of them serve Christ, they may not be the couple to be together.
Right.
So, you know, there's still tweaks to how, you know, Von might, you know, deal with his house and, you know, things of that nature that might not rock with Anae. There is a righteous man in God that is for her, and a righteous woman that is for him, even though he's married, just for this hypothetical. So even though I may serve Christ, you may say, well, you know, you're a good man, Bolo, you serve Christ, you this, you that, but there's certain things that you do that, you know, I don't rock with. And I'll be like, you know, there's certain things that you do that I don't rock with. And we just, you know, with love, still brothers and sisters, we, you know, you go your way to find the man you need to be with, and I'm going to find the woman that I need to be with. You dig what I'm saying? So just because I'm in Christ, that doesn't mean the first woman that I meet in Christ, she's mine. Doesn't mean that. There's still a vetting part on both sides, because submission is very important. Submission is very important. This woman has to make sure that she's giving her life to the right man.
Agreed.
So it's very important that she take her time. Don't rush. This is what I tell my daughters. Do not rush. Take your time. You only have to get this right once. So take as much time as you need. And if this man does not want to wait or whatever, then that wasn't the dude for you.
Right.
Period.
Okay.
And vice versa. As a man, take your time. You know,
okay, I got another question for you. Brother.
Yes.
And where anybody on the panel, I got a question for all of you. Let me start with Sister N.A., because we're fortunate to have a sister, you know, that has the consonants that she has, that we can speak to directly about some of these things. So we'll take advantage of that opportunity. Sister N.A., okay, so let's suppose you have a husband, but for whatever reason, his idea of submission and your idea of submission wasn't the same idea. Okay. Suppose that how would you prefer him to try to get you more on what he's talking about? Would you prefer a more of a hard fist, hammer fist type, you know, trying to push you into the submission? Or would you prefer maybe a different way of handling? I mean, how would it be a better way to get you to understand his position on what he thinks submission is, or his perspective on submission?
All he has to do is talk to me. If we're married, and I will be married, okay?
Right.
But
All right now, listen.
no man, but one day, right?
I'm praying for you, my sister.
Let's make sure that's understood.
It shall come to pass.
That's right, y'all. Keep praying for me. He just has to talk to me, and I'll be honest. Like, this is an example that I give sometimes. Like, one of the places in life that I just would not ever want to live is Mississippi. I just don't. I don't want to live there. But if my husband said, I really don't want to live there, y'all. Okay. Right.
What's wrong with Mississippi? Wait.
I saw Mississippi burning. And
oh yeah.
I can't do it. I just can't do it. And I don't know anybody that's gone there and given me a different perspective of it. So I will admit that it's my ignorance and closed-mindedness, but so far I'm sticking with it.
Okay.
But if my husband said that we need to move there for some reason, whatever that reason is, we would talk about it. I would let him know, hey, I'm being ignorant here, and it's because of a movie. But if he said that we're going to move there, we're moving. So if he needs me to be a certain way for him, I would hope that some of that need he displayed while he was courting me. So I already know. And there's going to be some things that he may ask me that's going to stretch me out a little bit. That is not my norm. Something I may not be used to. But short of him asking me to do something illegal, do something that defiles our bed, short of that, there's not too much that he could say that I wouldn't do. So all he would have to do is talk to me. I do, you probably have figured this out about me. I like to understand. But there's going to be some times when he says, let's move, I'm trusting, I'm packing, I'm just going to move. So all he has to do is talk to me. And I pray that our communication sometimes doesn't always have to be verbal. I want to look at his eyebrow and see it go up and know I need to, just be quiet for a second, what I'm saying, or I'm saying something too loud. So that's all he would have to do for me.
Anae said something that's so important.
Awesome.
I want the men to hear. I think that a lot of the times, we listen for what someone is saying opposed to what someone is not saying. And I want the men to understand and hear the one thing that she said that is so paramount, so important. And everything that she said is one word that I was looking for her to say, and damn it, she said it. And that was trust. That is so important. A lot of the times people say the woman trusts the plan. No, she doesn't. The woman trusts the man. If you trust the plan fails, and that means all trust in me is gone. But if you trust in me, there's going to be times when I fail. But because of our love and because of the pillars that we have in each other, because you trust me, you're going to be like, man, he's figuring it out. Wherever you go, I'm going. Wherever you lead, I'm following. This is why when you have kings that are more of a servant to their people, why they will go through anything for their king. Because of the trust and the camaraderie, the relationship that they've built. That's what's so important. This is what these men that are struggling to try and get women to submit, this is the key component, or one of the key components that they're missing. That building of trust. Again, you're asking the woman to give all of who she is to you. Why? There has to be a trust built. So she'll say, I trust this dude with my life. And trust is built through hard times, not through good times. Friendships are built through good times. They're tested. And I'm glad that you said that, Anae. I'm glad you said that.
What do you?
I mean it. I don't say stuff to be popular and stuff, and I appreciate you. That wasn't to you. I'm saying no, that wasn't to you. I was just saying I really mean that, and it's not like that. I don't know how that would sound to other women, to other people, and I really, to be honest, don't care, because my life is, I'm here to serve God. I know my place as a wife. I am that before I have a ring on my finger. That ring, my ring can be from Pandora or something. I don't care about the price of a ring either. But I just don't want to be so caught up in trying to be what other people think I'm supposed to be to this man that I want to love and to love me. Like, I think, and Bola, correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere in the Song of Solomon, she says, I hope I don't get this wrong.
He says.
She.
Who's she?
She said, the Shulamite, the woman in Song of Solomon.
Okay.
She said something like, I wish that my husband was my brother, so that the way that she likes to be affectionate to him, that people wouldn't look and say, oh, look, she just doing that because she's trying to show off because she got a man or something. But if it was her brother and she was showing affection too, that they wouldn't see that as strange. Like, it's okay to hug family members in public and stuff like that. That's what I took from the scripture. I can't remember exactly which verse, so I'll have to read it over. But
I'll find it.
It's actually one of my favorite. Song of Solomon is probably one of my favorite books. But that, her saying that, I so related to that. Because I don't want it to be where I'm ashamed to just really love on my husband.
You don't want to be a man pleaser. That's what it is. It's a man.
Wow.
You know, a man pleaser is someone that do it for the eyes of people to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, what you're saying is, at the end of the day, I can care less of what the world thinks. And that's the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be you and him against the world until you get into that village of other people that serve Christ. That's what it's supposed to be. At the end of the day, it's you and I. When my mom passed before my father, I lost my mother. He lost his world. There's a damn difference. So there's a difference. The connection that he had to her was totally deeper and totally more encompassing than the relationship that my siblings had with our mother. It just is. These dudes, they connected on a level that was beyond communication, man. And this is what you're speaking on. That he can look, and I already know. I can think something. We speak when we in crowds and we don't even have to say anything. That's what we're talking about. Leading with the spirit opposed to leading with that thing that only lasts 23 seconds in an orgasm. This is what we're leading with. We're leading with our penis or leading with our vagina, and a climax only lasts 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and you're tied to this person for 21 years. Because you led with something that is euphoric for a few minutes, opposed to leading with something, because people keep looking for the feeling of love opposed to the action of love. Love is an action word. The same way, if I disrespect a brother Clarence, in me disrespecting him, it's going to invoke a thought process and an action. Love is the same way. When I treat my woman a certain way and I move a certain way and I show a certain attributes, you get the virtuous woman of Proverbs 31. It's a reaction. It's a reaction. It's not just a feeling, because sometimes marriage is not always good. And because of the love that you have for each other, you fight through it. Because you know love is not always about happiness. It's about you and I rocking through this. It's about that commitment that you and I made to rock on this forever. There are going to be times when you don't like me, and I get it. There are going to be times when I don't like you, but damn it, I love you. And we're going to continue walking these dogs until the Father calls one of us or the both of us at the same time. So love is having the ability to want to make this work, because it's not going to always be happy.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, I had to really fall back and just listen, because, a lot of times, we're in these conversations, and, we feel apt to interject and give our opinions and, concerning the conversation. But when you sit back sometimes and you listen to it, you come out with a little more insight. You know what I'm saying? And man, just listening to this conversation, everything that Bolo said, I definitely agree with it. If I was to add anything to it, I would just basically say, listen, gentlemen, we talk about this submission thing and how she should be so submissive, but listen, if you have a woman that has not submitted herself to God, I don't know why you think that she's going to submit herself to you. We never talk about that aspect of it. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is just my viewpoint on it. When a man is walking in his purpose, and also the woman is walking in her purpose, and together they're both walking in their purpose, they can move on to destiny. And listen, when I look at back on my relationship, I've never had to, make a point to my wife that she should be submissive. She followed my lead because I was following God. You see what I'm saying? As I submitted myself to God, she submitted herself to God. She submits herself to me. You see what I'm saying? Now, if it's just like the scripture that says, hey, follow me as I follow Christ. See what I'm saying? Now, if I'm leading you down the bank robbery road, yeah, I don't believe that my wife should follow me. I don't believe she should be following me. And I would be remiss to think that she should, if I'm leading her down the wrong path. You see what I'm saying? So we talk about submission quite a bit in these spaces, and I, like Bolo said, I don't know if we really get the gist of what it means. It's not something that you can alpha a woman into doing. We talk about this alpha male. It's not something that you can alpha her into submission. This has to be a character that is embedded into her spirit. You see what I'm saying? This is not just something that just pops up and just happens. Now, at the same time, young ladies, I would suggest, if the young man is not following Christ, then I would question the reason as to why you're following him. See, if he's not being led by God, then don't be surprised when he leads you down the rabbit hole. See what I'm saying? Because a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord. That's what the scripture says. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to submission, I always try to run away from this conversation because it's so controversial in these spaces. And I hate to have the contention of the argument about, but she did, and see, she, I try to lean away from it. But to me tonight, listening to Bolo and Sister Na, it opens it up in a different way. And this conversation, I'm pretty sure, was very beneficial to the listeners.
You know why?
Because it opened up something about being submissive.
You know why?
And then let me just lay this last little thing, if I could, just real quickly, because I don't want to say too much, But then, as men, we need to understand, even though that we are leaders, God put this woman in our life for a reason. Now, if you are following God and she is following God, you have submitted yourself to God. She has submitted herself to God. What makes you think that God is not going to use her to give you a word at any given time? You see, a word just doesn't come through you just because you're the husband and you're the man. You see what I'm saying? God is going to use the woman as well to say, well, no, honey, maybe, I believe we should go to the right. We need to be able to differentiate when God is using, our wives, Because sometimes, listen, as men, we are not perfect. We're apt to make some bad decisions. And if she is more inclined to understand financial situations and trying to lead you out of a financial hole when she has the experience, you see what I'm saying? You need to take it for that. You need to take it for what it is, you know? So as we both submit ourselves to God, you see what I'm saying? We submit ourselves to each other. And people have a problem with me using that terminology. See what I'm saying? But we have to submit ourselves to God initially first in order for us to submit ourselves to each other. Because see, I'm not following somebody and that's listen, that has not submitted themselves to God. And I wouldn't expect my wife to do anything different. So, that's just my opinion on that. And I do digress, but I fell back because, I have such a great respect for Brother Bolo and his teachings, and so sometimes it's
Oh,
not
you don't have no
about,
respect for me, Vaughn? Okay.
oh, come on, ah, now, I always do, sister,
Got
you,
me too, Sister
Let me
Anita.
get
You
yeah,
got me
Kevin to
no,
too.
call
no,
him,
no,
Brother
no.
Clarence.
It
I have
got me
respect for
too.
you. You I have respect for you and Brother Clarence. Come on.
The
But
thing I was
but
going
but
to add to you,
yes, go ahead.
what makes this conversation so smooth and easy is because we're dealing with the woman that has submitted to God. She and half the battle is won already. You don't have to go into contention with the woman that's submitted to God, because in her submitting to God, she already knows her position. In a man submitting to God, he already knows his position. Now you just got to find that person to team up with. Period. Everyone knows their position, you know? So you don't have to have that conversation with the woman that's already submitted to God. I already know my position, dog. You don't have to. Now what we have to do is just get to know each other. I already know what being a wife is. I already know what being a husband is. But now I have to tailor that husbandry and wifedom to the two of us so that we match, right? Because there's no two perfect people that are perfect for each other. We make them perfect for us by us growing together. And that's the point. So
And then
what you
here's another
so
question I would have. Just I'm sorry. Here's another question I would have. You know, this submissive thing that we're talking about. Does that mean the wife never says no?
absolutely not. Well, no.
Thank you, brother. Thank
Submission
you.
doesn't mean
Thank you.
submission
Because
is
no. Don't get me wrong.
no,
But
no, I
this is the
understand what you're
impression.
saying, but for
Yeah,
those
this
that
is the impression that some of these brothers are given when they
but
try to talk
but
about this
Christ
topic.
didn't give that. But Christ wasn't like
No,
that.
I get that
No,
part,
I'm not
brother.
saying you.
I
I'm
get
not
it.
saying
Yeah,
you don't understand it. What we
yeah.
have to understand is Christ gave us the example of marriage. So this is what it should be towards man and wife. He
Exactly.
gave it to you in Ephesians 5:25. He gave it to you. So it
Yeah,
shouldn't be any different. Don't add nothing. This is when things start to get messed up. When
yeah,
a name makes a perfect souffle and she gives you the damn recipe, don't change nothing. Just cook it
Mm,
to the directions that she gave it to you in. When you start adding stuff, that's when stuff start to taste kind of crazy because you decide to add more sugar than flour.
mm. There you go.
And that's what happens with man's ego. Man says, "Nah, I can do this better." Now we don't need to do it the way the Lord, the one that created the universe, the man that we don't know what he stood on to create time. We tend to think our sight is better than his vision. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Even in the conversations that we have, you sit there and you listen to people, you're like, my G, are you serious, bro? Are you serious? You're telling me you don't see the you don't see the nonsensical thought process in what you are saying? But then we got to understand we all been asleep at one time. So at
Mm,
the end of the day, I can't make you see. The Father does. My job is just to give you the word as beautifully and as plainly as I can. That's all
yeah,
I can do.
yeah.
So when you meet a woman like a and she's telling you, Duke, just from the vibration that she gives off, you don't need to tell her to submit. You don't
Yeah, and
need,
it's not an argument, you know,
right.
and
You don't
see
have
that
to say, Ma,
there's
you
no
know,
argument there,
and you do know
you know.
you have to submit. And a man that's righteous is gonna say, listen,
Eh,
if I'm better at cooking than you are, and you're better at fixing cars, guess who's cooking and guess who's fixing the cars?
right.
See, because again, we keep thinking that, you know, with these gender
Mm,
roles and all these things, you have to understand that the world is it has evolved much different than it was back then. Wickedness wasn't as
mm.
rampant as it is now.
Agreed.
So if
Yeah,
she
it's
grew up
a
with
whole different
her
world now.
dad showed her how to work with the, you know, to take a motor apart and put it together. I don't know how to do that. If she knows how to do, you think my pride is gonna make me mess up my damn carburetor when she knows how to do it? Ma, you take care of the car. I'm gonna take care of the kids, and I'm gonna cook dinner, and we gonna keep it pushing. These men got to start understanding that it's not your position as the husband shouldn't be caught up in no goddamn her washing the dishes
Well, see,
and
that's and listen, that is the very thing
but that goes into
that
that self-esteem.
yeah,
That
that's the
goes into
thing
that
that
self-esteem
burns my wick when it comes to these type of conversations, because you know, and this is what we listen to quite a bit in these
all the time.
spaces.
All
In
the
other
time.
words, you should never wash a dish. You should never sweep the floor. You know, even with me and my wife, you know, she does. Listen, she wants to make sure there's never a dish in the sink. You know, me, I wanted to make sure the floors, our wood floors were waxed and pristine looking. You see what I'm saying? We did different things differently, but we made sure the household was nice. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to sit up and say I've never washed a dish. Come on. You know, I'm not beyond doing that.
It's
There's plenty of
self-esteem.
times where my wife has been at work, and when she came home, you see what I'm saying? I redid the whole kitchen for her and reorganized stuff and made it look good. And she's like, "Wow, what happened in here?" See what I'm
Oh,
saying?
I was
we
on the
You
throwing
block.
you
know,
out of the manosphere, man. We throwing you out of the manosphere.
yeah, and listen, somebody, listen, Sister Southern Belle, I guess she must have thought I was affiliated with the Manosphere in one of her comments, but no, I don't. I'm not affiliated with the Manosphere at all.
Well, you're
You
talking
know, I
about
follow Christ.
you
I
were
follow
talking about one of
Christ.
the places that you were frequenting the other day, man, and that's
Oh,
where
yeah. Oh, well,
she got
yeah.
off.
I was using that as an example, brother. But listen, I've been many places in my life and time. Do
Yeah,
I need to sing the song?
but you
I've
gotta
sung
go
a
to
lot of
those dark
songs.
places. You gotta
Listen,
go to
I've
those
sung a
dark
lot of
places,
songs and
though.
I've made some rhymes.
You gotta go into those dark places. I was on a
Acted out my
platform.
life now.
I was on a platform, right? And these two guys are talking, and I'll keep their name, you know. They were talking. Women don't care about men. And this is, this is what I want men to see, because from, when you're listening to what you're used to hearing, you don't hear everything. You lose a lot. This is why you have to train your ear to try to hear things that you normally wouldn't hear, like dissonant chords. A lot of the time when you hear Prince in his music, he used a lot of dissonant chords that didn't sound right. It sounded like it didn't belong, but somehow, some way, it belonged. So I'm saying that to say you had two men on stage. One man saying women don't give a damn. Another man saying the same thing, but the vibration was different. So when I asked one of the brothers, I said, "Do you mind if I ask you something personal?" He was like, "Nah, go ahead. What was your relationship like with your mother?" So my mother hated me. So now I understand why you hate women. Because the one woman that was supposed to love you, protect you, and give you unconditional love didn't. The other guy, the reason why he felt the way he felt is because the girl that he was with, that he loved, cheated on him. And you can tell the difference if you listen for it. It's a different intonation in their voice. It's a different inflection in their voice, a different shimmering, if you will, in the way they speak, in the cadence to the way they speak to you. You can hear it. And this is, you have to understand, these men that are running around saying, "You have to serve me, Ane, you have to serve me food every morning and come to the door." You have to understand, they think of themselves as less than a man. A man that is always going to have to say, I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. The way you guys hear it, the way I hear it is, I'm a child, I'm a child, I'm a child. That's how I hear it.
Wow. Wow.
When you have to scream something out that you are, that means you're really not.
And do we not understand that the man, the leader, is a servant
But
to
that's
his
my point.
family?
But that's my
You know,
point.
why do we not look at it that way?
But that's
We
my
we
point.
we are a servant. We're serving.
But Vaughn, but they've never been brought up to be a man. They're
Yeah.
still a child. And
Yeah, I
a
get it.
child is very what? Selfish.
Yeah.
Children are selfish. It's just what they do. It's not something that they do purposely. They don't understand life yet. They don't understand life roles yet. So it's about them. I want that candy. If you don't give it to me, I'm going to cry. Right?
Yeah, or I'm gonna act out. Yeah, come
There
on.
you go.
I got a
And
teenager.
and that's what these men are doing. And when you're in
Yeah.
these manospheres, not all of them, because there's a lot of them that do good work, but you have a lot of them that keep these men in their dysfunction. Instead
Yeah,
of saying you should
man.
not be talking to a chick at all, dogs.
I
Leave them alone for
agree.
now. Let's talk about you. They don't do that. They capitalize on their dysfunction. They capitalize on it. That's why when I speak to these young men, I'm like, Duke, before we even go looking at chicks, before we even talk about what her problem was, let's see what you brought, what dysfunction you brought to the relationship. Because everyone's going to point at Anae.
Wow.
Anae's going to always point at Bolo. But when you come to me, you're going to say, Bolo, Anae is in the other room. Let's talk about what dysfunction you brought to the relationship.
Yeah.
Let's
And
not talk about her.
and that was my business when I first got on YouTube, because I didn't understand all of the different talking points and all of this, and which one you'd get cursed out about if you said this. So I was just just being raw, and that was definitely a question that I had. Brother, why are you focusing on the female? What is it about you that has caused the dysfunction in this relationship? Please don't sit up here and tell me that you walk gingerly and perfectly. No, you did not. You see what I'm saying?
They call me
Look
a
back
simp
on it.
all the time, brother.
And the black woman is the way she is because of her. No, come on, let's rethink that. What part did you have in, what responsibility did you have in, her being the way that she is right now? And so I would get cursed out, and nobody liked me, and and I would get discouraged because I said, God, I know I'm telling the truth, but no one is in agreement. But see, you have to stand on the truth, whether the people
lazy.
agree or not.
They're lazy.
Yeah.
People that are lazy, they always talk about what they don't have opposed to what they can go out there and get. You have these men focusing on women that they're not even interested in. If the women that you're talking about are out of order, they don't know how to follow instruction at this, they're not feminine fit, and I forget the third one they always say, feminine fit and something, cooperative. If they're not that, why don't you focus on the ones that are?
That are, yeah.
I don't understand. Why do you spend 15, 30, 1,200 hours talking about the ones that aren't, opposed to spending 1,200 hours talking about the ones that are? So are you telling me every woman in America is off?
Because it's
you got
popular.
These chicks that weigh 90 pounds making you go buy a passport to go to Indonesia, my G? Absolutely.
Right.
And again, I'm not against passport, brothers. Do you, wherever love takes you, go there. Go there. I don't care if it takes you to Mars. Find yourself a Martian. But this is what I want you guys to understand. If you take anything from me tonight, take this. The God that we serve is the God of the universe. So if you go to find yourself a Martian, marriage is going to have the same implications on Earth that it does on Mars.
Wow.
It's going to be the same thing there, because you tend to think that gravity doesn't affect you, whether you want to call it gravity or call it something that pulls you. When you walk off that building and you hit splat, you're going to know that it had that effect. So whether you believe God exists or not, whether you're on Pluto, Mars, the sun, all those chicks are going to look at you and say, why should I serve you, Earthman?
Wow. Well, listen, listen, I'm so glad to be able to rest in the comfort of my marriage right now with this conversation because, there's a lot going on out there. And listen, I
Preach
would
is
not
crazy.
want to even be in the position to be trying to look at
Well,
this point. You
I
see what
told
I'm
Renee
saying? I
before she
thank
meet her
God for my
husband.
wife. Listen, don't get me wrong. I thank God for this woman.
I told Renee before she
I
meet her
need to
husband,
go
she gotta
nowhere
bring
else.
that
I
dude
need to
to me.
go no further.
Right, Renee?
Wait, say it again. Sorry.
Before you meet your husband, you better bring him to me.
Right.
Oh man, you're gonna get the
Yeah, I think he
remains,
should
bro.
pass through all
I'm
of us,
going in
actually.
first, man. You're gonna
Oh,
get
you know he's
the
going.
leftovers, man.
Well,
It's
now
all good.
maybe we can get him on the platform, and
Right.
then we can,
Now we gotta
just
talk to him personal.
but listen,
Young
brothers, we don't
man.
listen.
Yeah,
We don't
we
want
gotta
to
take him. We gotta
listen.
talk to him offline because there's
Yeah,
gonna be some
but
things that are said.
yeah.
Young
But
man.
we can do a private stream. How about that? Don't have
This
to
is
be
not the
Oh,
one
no
to play
doubt.
publicized.
with.
We can do that. Yeah, we could do
But
that.
but here's the thing, though. Let's not run him away. If he's a
No,
good
no,
man,
no,
let's
no.
not. Because I need my sister to
No,
get
no, no.
married now. Let's not
Thank
run him
you,
off.
Vaughn.
We
We're
only,
not
hey
trying to
Vaughn,
run him off.
we only
We
running away
trying to
the
get her
weak ones.
married.
We only running away the weak ones. We're not
That's
running
it.
away the strong ones. We're running
She
away the
gonna
weak
need
ones.
Okay.
Renee
I'm
to
just
trust
saying now.
us. She gonna need to trust us and go into the other room.
Yep.
You
No
know,
matter and ignore whatever she hears.
you know what?
Whatever you hear,
Coworkers
don't listen.
before.
I got a good question. Oh,
Oh,
go ahead, Edie. I'm
No,
sorry.
go
That's a
ahead.
good
Go ahead.
vetting
Go ahead,
process,
Brother
though, by
Clarence. I
the
won't
way.
forget.
I got a question for everybody on the panel, right? But especially me, Vaughn, and Bolo to deliver to Sister Annie, and then to give Sister Annie's her view, her to answer. But I want us to kind of give her what our take is. And my question is, what is love? What does love look like? Because the reason why I'm asking this question, y'all, is because we use that word, like Bolo was saying. We use that word, right? But do we really know what we're talking about? Right? Bolo made some good points about what love is and what love is not, right? Love has moments where you ain't gonna really like this person sometimes. Sometimes you gotta, me and my wife call it neutral corners. Sometimes you gotta go neutral corners, man. You gotta go off and cool off for a minute, right? And then once you cool off a little bit, then you remember, oh yeah, that's right, I love this person. I can't see this person go hungry. I can't see this person sad. I got to at least try to bring equilibrium back to them, right? That's what I'm here for, right? That's what. So I'm asking the question: what is love? What does love look like? And I'm sure we're going to have different versions of
Okay.
pretty much
Can
the
I
same thing.
can I just go ahead and lead with that?
But Vaughn, I wasn't finished yet, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. Well, go ahead.
I'm just
I
playing.
gotta
I'm
go.
just
Listen, this
playing.
is your show. This is your show.
I'm
So
just playing.
Vaughn
I'm just
Bryant,
listen,
not a
playing.
life.
I
I'm
submit.
just
I
playing.
submit.
I'm just playing, Vaughn. You know I'm just playing. Please continue, Vaughn. Please.
Well, the scripture said it perfectly, and I'm sure Bolo is already on this. But scripture said it perfectly when you're talking about love.
But I want you guys to
You know,
get as deep as you can. Get as deep as
okay,
you
well,
can.
we're gonna get deep because see, when I say this, Bolo's going to take it to the fifth dimension.
Okay.
See, I already know that about my brother.
Yeah, me too.
But and I'm pretty sure he knows where I'm getting ready to go. But
I
anyway, love is patient. Okay,
is.
love is kind.
It is.
It does not envy.
It doesn't.
It does not boast.
Nope.
It is not proud.
No.
It does not dishonor others.
No.
It is not self-seeking.
No.
It is not easily angered.
No.
And it keeps no record of wrong. In other words, love covers a multitude of sin. Even that's a whole nother scripture, And so when you ask me what love is, I immediately go there. I don't know if Bolo did, but I immediately go to that scripture because love is patient. If this is not an attribute that you are getting from an individual, you need to question that because there's a certain patience that's involved in love. You see what I'm saying? Love is not really rude. It's never rude. It's always kind. Now I'm gonna leave that alone because I already went through it, and I'm gonna, I digress. And Brother Bolo, you could take it from there.
Um, love is
Yeah,
an
top
atmosphere.
that.
You know, okay. Like when we talk about the word love,
Well,
right?
that's the scripture, so nobody can top that. But
Nah, nah. Christ explained it perfectly.
yes,
When
sir.
we
Yes,
talk
sir.
about the word love, love is in IT, we call it a hub, right? So a lot of the times before all these smart TVs, right, you would have to have different boxes that had Hulu, Netflix, all these different things. So as things got smarter, what they did was they put it all together and they just call it a hub, right? Or a smart TV. So as soon as you think of a smart TV, you think of all these different apps that are in this TV. That word love is tantamount to that same thing. Because when we understand love, love doesn't give you the degree of what it is just hearing the word. It's like when you say $1 billion. You understand it's a large number, but 1,000 million gives you a totally different picture than what $1 billion is. Does that make sense? So love is definitely empathetic, sympathetic, generous, patient, directional, financial, healthy, protection, nourishing, um, charitable, kind, forgiving, loyal, truth, emotional. It is
Mm,
all these things and so much more. You
mm.
know, all of these things operate independently, also operating together. And this is what forms that atmosphere that this woman is able to breathe in. This woman is able to be comfortable in. This woman is able to be trusting in. This woman is able to relax in. All these different things, all these different emotions that invoke her comfortability, her trusting you. All these things is what encompasses it. And no matter how you may cocoon her in this bubble, it's malleable. It moves with her.
I
It's
like
not
that.
something that is hard.
Yes,
It's
sir.
malleable. It moves around. So
Mhm.
sometimes one portion, that love may need to be around her because she's going through something very traumatic. I can't solve it, my love. But you know
Mm,
what? I'll be here, damn it, to go through it with you. You're not going
mm,
to go
mm,
through this
mm.
by yourself. So it's moving because sometimes you may need to be more sympathetic than anything else. So it's always searching for what it needs to be in that specific moment in
That is
time.
a very good example. Very good example of love. Thank you, brother. Sister Na. Because see, what I want to do, y'all, I want to see if the women's perspective of love is different than ours, right? Because we got a perspective and they have a perspective. And since we got this beautiful sister here, let's ask her, okay? And she is a special spiritual person. Let's ask her what her idea of love is.
Well, one thing, Brother Clarence, I keep hearing you say my name differently. You need to tighten up and say it how you normally say it. You trying to show off a bolo here.
He's
Bolo,
trying to
you,
he's
hey,
trying to
hey,
say
hey,
Ene. He's trying to say Ene, and that's how you
Brother,
pronounce it. But
first of all,
he
her
wants to
name
say
is
you know
not.
Ine.
what?
First of all, her name is not Ine. It's Etne. So if you're gonna
Okay.
try and correct me, brother, make sure you do it right.
Oh,
See, you know what you know
Ene.
what it is,
Oh,
Sister
oh,
Annie?
oh,
You
oh,
know what it
oh.
is? It's like, like maybe you go to your cousin's house for the summer, right?
Ene.
You from LA, right? And you go down to Mississippi for the summer, and then you come back and you're
Ene.
like, hey y'all, right? Because you're around them talking so much, right? They're talking around you. And so that's what happened.
Ah.
This young man comes on the stage, and now I'm saying everything all crazy. So
It's
don't
my
blame me.
fault.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Don't
I,
don't,
I get
don't blame
blamed
me.
for everything else. I think.
That's all
And
right,
don't
brother
worry.
Clarence. We know
Don't
your
worry.
heart, brother. We know your
Sis-
heart.
Sister Annie, don't worry. I will call this young man or text this young man tomorrow on this program. I'll make sure I let him know about what he came over here and did
That's right.
on
See,
purpose.
now
Right?
what time you gonna be on, Bolo? Because he got it. Yeah,
7 o'clock, brother. We'll be
7
on at
o'clock.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I
he's
got
gonna
you.
text. He's gonna text you at
Oh
8:15.
yeah, I won't miss it. I will not miss it. No, I'll get it. I'm sorry, Sister Eddie. Though, what did you ever answer the question or?
She
No,
did
no,
not.
no.
No,
I'm sorry. I had to get
she
on
didn't
you
get to
first.
answer it yet.
Um, for me, that seems like an easy question.
It's a hard question to answer, though.
It's a hard question to say in words, And
Yeah.
for a lot of people, sometimes it's hard to even display. I believe that I know when I love someone, like when I say unconditional love, like I know what that means. That means that I love you in spite of anything that you do. Now, I may not like what you did. I may not support what you did, but I love you in spite of that. I want you to give me the very best of who you are in that moment, because sometimes those moments are going to look different. And I'm going to have to be able to contort myself to how you shift at times. So I don't want to be arrogant in what I think your love for me should look like. Because then if I think that I am supposed to control how your love looks like to me, then I may be tempted to not give it back to you. So I want to just be totally responsible for making sure that I can give you and show you the kind of love that I feel like God gives me every day. He forgives me even when I feel it's unforgivable. He tries to, or he inspires me with his word. He inspires me through nature. He inspires me by watching other relationships. So I pray that I'm that for somebody else. I don't want them to be perfect. I want them to know that I know they're not perfect. I want them to, glorify God, but even in the best way that they know how. So it seems like a really simple question. It doesn't feel simple to be able to say out. I know how to display it. I know how to act on it. I know that I don't, I say, I don't judge you, I judge the action. So as long as I keep that distinction, as long as I keep remembering, it's not you, I'm going to always pray for the God in you to shine brighter than what you are. So because I'm going to always have that optimism about you and your behavior, because I know that as long as you believe in God and as long as God exists, you can always change. I'm going to always be wanting to see the better in you. I'm going to always speak the better in you. I'm going to intercede on your behalf.
Wow.
So I want to love in the way that I feel that I see and feel God love me. And when I'm not doing that, I want God to sit me down and tell me to tighten up, buddy. Course correct me, because the way that we glorify God is to be a witness in our walk. And I can't say, I love you or I believe in God and I'm behaving in a different way. I'm acting like you are not human and you're going to make mistakes. So I just try to be the best outward as I feel I'm getting inward from God. When I feel my cup is so full that I can't allow more to come in, I want to sit down so I can leak a little bit out, because I always want to be able to see when I'm not doing what I need to do, to be the best me. So I hope that didn't ramble a lot, but that's what love is to me.
That was good.
It's not easily expressed, but for me, it's easily
might have to clip you on
displayed.
that one, Sister Annie. Might have to clip you on that one.
That was excellent. And
forget Vaughn and Bolo. I might have to clip you on that one.
No, that was excellent. And and I would like to share something as well concerning love. And there's a brother that penned some lyrics that man, they were just so piercing to me. And concerning love. And I said, wow, when I sat back and listened to the song or listened to the lyrics, it just said a lot, because we, a lot of these musicians are just writing a bunch of malarkey. And we hear it and we see that quite a bit, in the entertainment business. But this brother, and I just want to read a little bit of these lyrics, if you don't mind, concerning love. Okay, because this is a potluck, right? Is this a potluck? Oh,
Bring
no,
your
you're muted,
meal.
brother. I
Yes,
need you to
sir.
confirm whether or not
Yes,
this is a
sir. It
potluck.
is a potluck. For
Okay,
you,
so,
Vaughn,
so
it is a potluck.
okay. So very quickly, and just listen. This brother said love. He said so many things I've got to tell you, but I'm afraid I don't know how, because there's a possibility you'll look at me differently, love. Ever since the first moment I spoke your name, from then on, I knew that by you being in my life, things were destined to change. He says again, love. So many people use your name in vain. Those who have faith in you sometimes go astray. Love, through all the ups and downs and joys and hurts, love, for better or worse, I will choose you first. Now, the song goes on and it's even more better than that. But man, music, soul child, what a lyric that you penned, brother. That's what you call some writing. It explains a conversation that he's having with love. Man, one of the most awesome lyrics that I've ever read. Just have to say that, ladies and gentlemen.
You did a good job too, Vaughn. I love that song. You did
I
good.
would sing it, but I'm just getting over pneumonia. But I would try to give you a couple of bars, but
Easy.
but yeah, in all
Like
sincerity,
somebody who thinks they can sing.
the song when he
What did you say,
says so
brother?
many people have used your name, when it gets to the part where it says so many people have used your name in vain. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Some who have faith in you sometimes go astray. Man, that excellent lyric,
Okay, y'all. So since we're talking about love, maybe y'all give me a few more minutes and I got because I want to clarify, because we got people out here, man. Our people are talking about everything except what's important, right? They all want love and they're all looking for love, and they're all talking to each other how to keep it away from each other, right? They all giving each other horrible advice, bad advice, telling each other to, tell the woman you want to submit and all, right? They're giving each other horrible advice, right? And women like mine giving each other horrible. Girl, don't do that. Okay. So if we're going to expand, I just want a few more minutes to expand on this love situation, right? But I do want to add to what you guys were saying, because you guys all made great points about it, in my opinion. You guys made great points. But especially I like the point where Bolo was saying that love is always searching. It's true. Love is always searching. Oh man, what does this person need? I came home and my wife, she's in a mood. I can't be in a mood too. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna help things, right? Baby, what you need? You need something, right? You're always searching for something to bring that equilibrium back, right? You're always searching. And I want these people to know that love is like a tree, right? You don't just you don't just tell somebody you love them and then that's it. Love is gonna grow like a tree, and it gets strong. It takes time to get strong, and when it gets strong, it gets strong like a tree. And you know what I mean. And even though you may do something to the tree, right? The tree's still standing there, right? The tree is just you could the woodpeckers poke holes in it and everything, but it's still there, right? And so what I'm saying is, unless something unnatural knocks it down, it's coming down when the Lord say it's coming down, right? But my point is, it takes time for love to get solid like that, right? Just like in your relationships with our significant others, it takes time for that to get solid. And some of these people think that if it's not solid on the first sight, you know what I mean? And if it's not that, well, then it's not love. It probably isn't, because you just met this person, right? You got a capacity for the love, but love is something like a house. You need to build it. Got to keep putting another brick and another brick and another brick and another brick. And just when you think you've done, you got to add another floor. Just when you think you've done it, you find out you can go even further. And you can go even further, and you can go even further. Now, my question to you guys is, because we're having a great discussion on love, so I want to expand it just a little bit. In love, how do we express? Because okay, let me say it this way: love is not reciprocal, right? It's not a reciprocal thing, right? And let me explain what I mean. What I
You
mean
think
is,
not?
no, it works better when it's like that. But when you love a person so much,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
it's going to you're not, because
Like
they're,
unrequited love.
in other words, because they hit a snag where they're not able to display or project love back to you. That doesn't mean you're going to withhold yours.
Right.
You follow what I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say and I'm going to give you a real example. Let's say somebody in your family, God forbid, something happens where they have a medical emergency, and they're in a medical emergency, and they cannot show you love because they're in this condition. That's not going to stop you from still loving them. That's what I mean. When you really love the person, you're still going to love them, even if they're not they're not either mentally going to show you that love back, or they're in a condition to not show you that love back.
Yeah.
You're going to be loving them. You're still going to love them if the love is really deep, right? So my point is this: in a marriage or a long-term relationship, many people don't get there. Now my question is, what is stopping our people from getting to that point where love develops so much? I mean, it is reciprocal in nature, but I mean, we're going to have moments, because we all talked about, we're going to have moments where somebody may hit a snag, right? Like the Derek Jackson situation, right? Somebody might hit a snag, right? And they may do something that probably they know they shouldn't do, but because desire met with opportunity, and the desire was so strong, they played themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my point is, how come we are having such a bad understanding of what love is? Because I think if we knew what love really is, we would take better care of the people we try to, I won't say court, but the people we try to initiate relationships with. I think we would do that better, in my opinion, if
Well, you know what?
we knew what love was.
You know what, Brother Clarence? Simply, and this would be my answer, and and very short. You know, the Bible said that there will become a time when the love of man will wax cold, and that's exactly what we're seeing now. You see, man does not have love in his heart. The love of man has waxed cold. That's why we see so many acts of violence, so many different types of things going on in the world. It's because the love of man, it has just definitely waxed cold. Our hearts have become cold and callous, you see. But does that mean that love doesn't exist? No, love still exists, because God is love. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, but do we accept it? Do we you know, do we take it in? You know, do we live in it? You know what I'm saying? And for some people, we just have to be honest. You know, some people, for when it concerns love, love is conditional, and for some people, love is unconditional. You know, so you have two different spectrums as to how people are viewing love. Some people says, I love you only if you don't do this and don't do that. My love has a condition. But then there,
Vaughn, isn't that
yes, sir.
what do they call that with two words, or two parts are opposite? I mean, they push away from each other. What do
Repel.
they call that? Huh?
Repel.
Repel.
Yeah. No. That's true, but it's another word. with two words like oxymoron. Isn't that an oxymoron when you say, if you're gonna say it's conditional love,
No,
is that love?
I said for some people, love is conditional,
No.
and
I'm
for
not
some
saying you
people,
personally.
it's
I'm
not
not saying you
conditional.
personally. I'm saying if
Oh, okay.
a person tell a person, I love you, and I only love you if you can buy me these Birkin bags. I only love you if you can do this.
Yeah, that's
I only
conditional
love
love.
you. Huh?
That's conditional love.
But I'm saying, is that
It's
really love?
love that has to do with a condition.
Matt,
I
Matt,
love you if.
Matt,
It's the
take a
love with
stab.
the if on it. It's
Matt,
the
take a
love
stab
with
at
the
it.
if on it. Yes, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. A lot of the times we misdiagnose certain things. I'll give you an example of what I'm saying. Being angry and having depression, they have certain attributes that are similar, that looks the same. So a lot of the times we can misdiagnose if we don't know the difference, if we don't see the difference, right? Being happy and being out of your mind, you know, you look at Joker and you look at a happy person from far away, they both look happy. But one person is borderline schizophrenic and out of their mind, opposed to the other that's just happy. So when we talk about a person that says, if you love me, you'll get me a Birkin bag, it's not love. It's not love. Okay. That's admiration, love, lack of self-esteem. And again, sometimes they may have certain attributes that echo each other, that look the same, right? So we're talking about the reason why Christ had to come is because the law that was given to man showed no mercy, it showed no love, it showed no compassion the way man was using it. So Christ
Agreed.
had to come, right? So Christ had to come to exhibit those things, compassion, kindness, patience, all these attribute, pillars that word, that four-letter word encompasses such a big definition. It's so hard to describe. Like Edna was saying, love is inspirational, man.
Agreed.
Think about that. Love is inspiration. It's a divine influence or action of a person that's believed to qualify him or her to receive. And it starts with you first. It starts with you loving yourself. This is why God says, love your brothers as you love yourself. So it starts with you loving yourself in loving Christ, because the only way we can understand what that love feels like is for us to be bathed in it. And Christ bathes you in it to make you feel what it feels like as a grown man. So as a child, I can see my wife hold my children and I can look at it and give you a definition, but to feel it is different. To feel something is different opposed to just give it an explanation and give it a breakdown. So as a grown man, Christ engulfs me in that love of a husband, a father, a mother. He engulfs me in that love so I can understand unconditional love, unconditional patience, unconditional kindness, unconditional forgiveness, long suffering, all of these things. So I have to bathe in it. And by me submitting myself into it, I deem myself worthy of it. I have to make myself worthy. So now by me knowing what it feels like, knowing what it is, knowing how inspirational it is, knowing how it moves me, knowing how it makes me feel, and knowing what it tastes like and feels like, I then can go out into the world and give that back. It's like in martial arts. And I know, Brother Clarence, you're going to understand this. When your sensei shows you a grappling move or something like that, he puts you in that hole so that you
Yeah.
understand the pain that you would be exhibiting on someone else.
Yes,
So you
sir.
understand it. So the Lord takes you in from you being a hypocrite, from you being a murderer, from you being a liar, from you being all these different things, and says to you, I forgive you. I love you. I'm patient with you. I'm going to sit with you. I'm going to be all these different things. So this is what we have to do. So a lot of these men, they it's not love that they're looking for. It's validation. That's the difference. These women that do not have fathers in their life, they're searching for validation. This is why they end up with pimps, and they end up in gangs being handed around like there's some piece of trash, because it's validation. Now, validation is a attribute of love, but if you're only getting a portion of it, are you really getting the cure? I'm giving you a portion of the cure. You're not getting the whole cure. You're getting a piece of it. So God gives you everything of it. Validation, protection. He gives you understanding. He gives you mercy. He gives you all these different things so that you in turn understand what it is, so that when you go out into the world, you can exhibit that to the world as his living testimony. That's all I got.
Wow, man. Wow. Sister Annie, you got anything to add to that?
I thought your question was going to go somewhere else. And maybe what you're asking is what I'm thinking, but I think when we, like, so say if I open the door for someone when they were, trying to come in, and they didn't say thank you, people tend to be offended. Oh, well, why didn't you say thank you? I opened the door for you. So there's some expectation of what you are supposed to do when I give what I'm giving to you. And when you don't get it, that's when I think that's a really big disconnect in relationships. People feel like the way that they love, the way that they show love, that's the way that everyone that is going to or say that they love them is supposed to show it too.
Yes.
So then when they don't get it, then they're saying, oh, well, then this means that, or this must mean you don't love me. So now because I feel you don't love me, let me go run amok. Let me go behave in this other way. I think if we focus on just what we are putting out, do you open that door because you want to lessen the burden of the person that's coming in? If that's why you're opening, you don't worry about if they say thank you or not. If they do, that's a cherry on top. So if we take away some of our arrogance of thinking that we know exactly how love is supposed to show up, I think that our relationships will last longer. We don't take the time to slow down to see how this person is able to do it. If a person grew up in a household where the way that they showed love was speaking roughly, very aggressive, or doing, being physical, then when they get into a relationship, that's what they know. I'm not saying, listen, no abuse. I ain't talking about that. But I'm just saying, people talk loud, or they, maybe they don't hug. Maybe in their family, they didn't hug. So now when you get in this relationship and you're a hugger and you want somebody to touch you, and that person's not doing it, so that now you take that as, oh, they must be touching someone else. Well, maybe if you took some more time in the courting process, and even as you get married, because you're going to always be learning stuff. There may be some things that you don't know to share at the beginning. But if you keep maybe asking questions, seeing how people respond in different scenarios. I like to see people, when I take pictures, sometimes I don't really like for people to pose. I just like to watch them. Just take a picture of somebody looking up and being amazed at a cloud or something. I like to catch that picture.
Candid pictures.
Yeah, I just like that, because that's
what's beautiful about
that's
that?
what this person slowed down. That's what gives them joy. If somebody watches me look at a giraffe, they're gonna think that I've just seen, the most beautiful man in the world. I love giraffes, you know? So, but like if a person didn't take the time to watch me at the zoo, they may be thinking, oh, I know she's gonna like the lion because it's the king of the jungle, you know. But if they watched me, they would see which animal excited me, you know. So I think that we try to do our best at communicating and demonstrating the way that we like to be loved and that we're able to love, and let that be an ever evolving process. You're gonna, you know, like I said, different seasons. If somebody disappoints me at work and I'm upset, the way that my husband and I think you're talking about all relationships, or maybe we're just talking about marriages, but in a marriage, I may just want my husband to run me some water in a bowl and let me soak my feet, because that's where peace is for me. You know, so he won't bring the water out when I'm, you know, reacting this way, because he knows I need to pace. I can't pace if he got me with my feet in the water, but I'm gonna feel like I got to keep my feet in the water. So I think that we just need to watch people more. Not watching in judgment, but just watching to see, oh, this is how this person does this when this is happening, and see how I can accommodate that. That's what I.
Can I add a little bit to what you just said?
Yeah.
I love the way you said it. Love has no expectation, man. That's why it's inspirational. See, what happens is what we've been boggled down to is expectation. I'm expecting this from you. When you just love to love, there is no expectation. You're not worried about it. So, like, let's use the example that Sister Annette gave, right? So if I open up that door with no expectation of you saying thank you or not, I'm just here, I'm just in the moment, I don't care if you say thank you or not, because if you don't say thank you, then it affects my aura. Now I'm not going to open the door for the next person. You dig what I'm saying? So if I don't let that other expectation involve in the love, see, the beauty of it is when she sees that I didn't get caught up in waiting for her to say thank you, the next door that someone opens for her, she may say thank you, because of how inspirational love is. And I think that when we cocoon ourselves in that type of love, we're not expecting anything from anybody, so that we don't have that thought process of, if you don't do this, it changes the trajectory of the day that I'm having. Because that's not how Christ moved. Christ said, pray for your enemies. These dudes is putting pins in his damn hands. And he's saying, pray for them, for they know not what they do. Think that's crazy. Think about that. And the one thing that I always talk about that I hate, after you've got him up there, he asked for water. They gave him vinegar to drink, bile to eat. No expectation, man. None. And that's the beauty of how this love moves, because when you're not expecting something, you can't change the trajectory. You can't change my vibration. So because it didn't say, thank you for me opening up the door, that's not going to change my day. I'm still going to be a happy dude. I'm still going to be in love with life. And I'm still going to do what I do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I say the same thing often. Listen, if you're a gentleman, that should be a part of your character. You open the door, you fix the seat. You see what I'm saying? You give a coat or a covering when it's extra cold. You see what I'm saying? Now, whether or not a person appreciates it or not, that doesn't change the fact that that's a part of your character.
That's the point.
And so when we step into these places of saying, well, they didn't say thank you. Oh, I bet that to be the last time I do that. See, now you're allowing another person's a response, to change your character.
So love is that cocoon that bottles you up and it protects you. And no matter what you do, no matter how you move, you can't affect me. That's the beauty. You can't affect me. I'm going to always, it's like, I don't know if you ever seen that Kevin Hart movie where his brother was such a crooked dude, and you had that cat that was such a fan of his, and he took death because he was so in love with Kevin Hart. that him laying his life down, he looked, there's nothing you could have done to him. It was an honor for him to do that. That's on a different level. That's why Christ says, love your brothers as you love yourself. No expectation. So whether you open up that door, whether you say thank you that I gave you 50 cents, I'm good, B. I love you, because Christ didn't look for no expectation from me. He loves me.
Yeah.
So why should I look for one day? So why should I look for one for my brother? Now, now, this is the beauty in the Father. Now the Father says, if you do love that brother, for him opening that door, the recompense should be thank you. So the Father is working on both people. The one that's not having an expectation of a thank you, and the one that should have an expectation of saying thank you for having that door open. That's how the Father moves. And that's the beauty in him, that he's covering both sides of it. You know, the same way if I cross Brother Clarence and I repent to the Father, and the Father says, Bolo, you good. I go to Brother Clarence and I apologize to Brother Clarence. My job is done. Now the Lord's going to look at Brother Clarence and say, let me see if you forgive him. I've done my part. I don't have to continue running after Brother Clarence and say, brother, please forgive me. Please. I did my part. I repented. I came to the brother in whom I offended. I apologize. I move. Now the Father says, he's good. Let me deal with you now. That's how the Father covers it. And that's the beauty of it. No one gets away. Nobody gets away. So although I open up that door for you and not in with no expectation of you saying thank you, the Lord's going to say, come on, Vaughn. Come on. The dude he wasn't expecting to thank you. I just used him as an example. The next dude that opens that door is going to have the expectation because he's not where that other brother is. Say thank you.
Yeah.
You had me. I don't understand why you had me here so late, man.
Wow. You know, and Brother Clarence, listen, Brother Clarence does that. He does that to you, right?
Man.
Oh my God.
Always starting trouble.
All right, man. So y'all was cooking, man. I wanted to let y'all cook, man. I said, man, let me let these brothers cook, man.
Definitely.
And he was cooking too. So I was like, man, you know what I mean? And but that's okay, brother, because I know you're gonna be on tomorrow, and I'm gonna hit you right on the. Hey, are you on? Oh, okay. By the way,
this is what I'm gonna say to you, brother. Do you
in the middle of the show, right?
Do you really want to go down that route, brother? Do you really want to go down that route?
Well, I always wait till I'll always wait till he's on a roll. That's when I get him.
Okay.
Well, listen. Well, listen.
One more time. Do you want to go down down that road? You want to go down that road? I'm not trying to threaten you or nothing, brother. I'm just asking you a question because do you want to go down? You want to call me? You want to text me?
Yeah, you know I'm gonna do it. So why you even asking me?
Brother, listen, you're right. Check us out. Now I'm gonna call you.
In the middle.
You want to play that game now? You see what I'm saying? Remember how I did you dirty last time I called you?
Blow his phone up, Bolo. You're gonna blow his phone
brother,
up.
Listen, I called him. I forgot that there's a 3-hour difference. So I called him at 7 o'clock, not knowing it's 4 a.m. Hello.
Yeah.
I said, hey, brother, what you doing? You see me? Yeah. And then I just remember, he's in LA.
I may have gotten one of them calls, but I was asleep.
Now you want to play. Okay, brother. I'm going to call you right before I go on.
Wow.
Make sure you to make sure you're able to text me.
Hey, boy, I sounded like you with pneumonia and COVID.
I know. Look, man, I was. Wow. But wait, listen.
Hey, man, how you doing? How's the family? I'm like, oh, you talking about me? Get out of here.
Wow.
Just checking on you, man. Like, get out of here, man. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's okay, brother. It's on now, brother.
Well, listen, I just want to share this real quick. If I could, I just want to share this real quick. Me and Brother Bolo, we will be doing a segment on what's the name of the brother's channel?
on
Intellectual
husbandry.
Soapbox,
Yeah.
Intellectual
Oh,
Soapbox
okay.
channel,
Okay.
and we're going to be talking about fatherhood. You know,
When?
what does
When?
that entail? What does that look
On-
like? What does it
I
sound
believe
like?
on the 20th.
On the 20th, yes, and that's on a Tuesday, Brother Clarence,
Yeah, that's
because
next
you're
Tuesday.
on. So it would
Okay.
be good to get some of your perspective on there, but I don't want to
Okay.
cloud your
We go
show.
after him, right? Don't did last time we were the last time we did the
I believe
show,
it's going to be about 4:30 California time.
4:30
Maybe I just
California
I
time
moved
is
my
8
show.
o'clock
Which is
my
like
time.
7:30 Bolo's time.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe
Right.
maybe I moved the
7:30 my
show.
time.
Right.
And then
So I mean, we'll be talking for a minute. So
Yeah.
if you can do your show and finally get
thanks
through
for the
the
invite.
who did what
Just do me a favor, brother.
segment.
All I ask is that you just shine
What?
my belt. That's all I ask.
Oh, that look at that. Look at that.
You see what I'm saying, Vaughn? You see how the cats, you see,
Something
we
wrong,
had
man. Something
5
wrong.
judges,
He always has technical difficulty when
always
the
technical
subject is brought up.
difficulties. It's okay. I'm
We
gonna
gotta
call
get
him.
Bolo another microphone. Paul.
I'm
We
gonna
gotta get
call him
Bolo
at
another
3 o'clock in
microphone.
the morning. I'm gonna call him at 3 in the morning to see if he can hear me.
Something's not right here, man.
Wow.
Something's not right here.
Yeah.
But man, listen, what an awesome what an awesome conversation that we had, gentlemen.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Very awesome conversation, and it was not hard to
definitely.
have.
Well, brother,
Thank you,
listen,
brother.
thank you guys
Thank
for
you.
having me.
And you all made it very easy,
Always, brother.
and so
Always, man.
that's just,
Always.
man,
Yeah.
there's
Thank
a
you for
comfort
having
that I
me.
have. There's a
Always.
comfort
You
that I
always
have
got a chair
coming
here,
up.
brother. You always got a chair here, though.
Thank you,
Don't even
Vaughn.
sweat. You always
Thank
got
you,
a chair.
man. Look forward to seeing you on the 20th. I'm
Yeah,
gonna get
probably
out of
see me
here.
before
Love you
that.
both, brothers. Y'all stay up.
What's
Thank you
your
for having
closing
me.
remarks, though? Wait a minute, we didn't
Yeah,
get a
you gotta
closing.
get some closing remarks, brother.
Oh, closing remarks.
Yes, sir.
What I'm gonna say is this, guys. You don't have to broadcast what you are when you truly exude and live the way you're saying that you are.
Mm.
So when you're saying that you're alpha and you're saying that you're this, you're that, the true definition of an alpha is they don't need to broadcast what they are. They just are. They
Ain't
just
that
are.
something?
So with that being said, take the time to get to know you. Don't project your insecurities on everyone else in the room. It's a weakness that people see really quick and they will exploit. So please take your time. When you know who you are and what you are, that vibration precedes you before you walk into a room. You need not say it. It's already said with no words. So what I'm going to tell you is the way you get to understand who you are is by submitting yourself to our Lord and Savior. So have a relationship. He'll teach you what you need to do to be you and be the best you can be, because there's only one you. So don't emulate someone else. Be you. Okay, look in that mirror and say, I'm happy that I am here. I'm happy that you picked me and you woke me. That's all I got, guys.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, man.
Love you both. Have a blessed night.
Wait. Hold on,
Yes,
Bolo.
sir.
When's the next time you going on? You going on tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow
time?
at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock, and tomorrow night at
Eastern,
9:30.
Eastern time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so 7 o'clock
7 a.m.
a.m. Eastern.
7 a.m.
7
and then
a.m. and then
9:30 p.m.
p.m.
Eastern
PM
Standard Time.
Eastern time. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Right.
All right. That's Bolo, y'all. It's I think what is it? Testimony Friday?
No, brother, tomorrow's
Oh
Wednesday.
man, tomorrow's Wednesday. What?
Wisdom Wednesday, man.
Wow.
Dan, your mind is already on Friday. Friday, my birthday, so y'all better have gifts for me.
Man. I know that's right. See, I'm glad you said something now, Bolo.
You know what I'm saying? Don't get there. Take our time, man. You trying to get me to be 50 really fast, man.
Well, you're right there now, sir.
Yeah. Almost 3 days away.
Yeah, I'll definitely be over there for that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm definitely gonna check in, man. I'm definitely gonna check
All
in
right,
with you.
baby.
All right, so tomorrow's
Have
Wednesday.
a blessed day, guys.
Check out Brother Bolo. All
right,
thank
bro.
You, brother. Appreciate
All
you,
right.
man. All right, love you, big bro. All right, man. That's Brother Bolo, and go check him out over on Bolo TV. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV by now, what is you doing? Not what are you doing? What is you doing?
That you gonna bring it all the way hood, huh? What is you
man,
doing?
What is you doing? What is you doing? Get your butt on over to Bolo TV. But Clarence, I don't like to kiss you. Polo's just gonna tell you the word, bro. He ain't gonna try to sway you one way or the other. Just gonna read that word to you, man. So go on over there, get a brother a shot, right? People used to tell me about different people all the time. Told me about Malcolm. Told me about Farrakhan. They told me about Garvey. They told me about Martin Luther King. They told me about all these people. They were such evil people, right? And when I got to know them personally, I said, man, wait a minute, man. I got my own interpretation of these people, man. You gotta see. So we got to start at least seeing for ourselves. Seeing for ourselves. Maybe Bolo ain't your cup of tea. Maybe I ain't your cup of tea. Who knows, right? But you got to give us a try. You got to give us a shot, at least to check us out, right? Come on over and check out Bolo TV, man. Bolo TV, and don't leave just because he does a what do you call a freestyle? A freestyle. Don't leave because he start rapping over there. Just stay even for
you
the
ain't
word.
you ain't gonna let it go, huh?
No, because he was a ringer, man. He was a ringer with that singing and then the rapping. He was a ringer. So I'm not gonna. But see, this time I'm gonna get him, Bond. I'm gonna be a ringer. I'm gonna get the poetry on him. I'm gonna hit him with the poetry, and then I might even
hit him. Look. Just because he ain't here, don't mean he ain't listening.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm gonna hit him with some algebra problems, man. I'm gonna hit him with some algebra problems, man. We're gonna get some algebra problems.
So here. Now you're gonna go to math.
Yeah, we're gonna get some algebra problems up here, right? Bolo was leaving New York on his way to Atlanta, moving at 50 miles an hour. How long is he going to get to Atlanta when Atlanta is like 8 hours away? Now we go. I'm thinking. I'm always thinking, boy. I see you down there, Bolo.
Trying to figure out a way to take him down. Huh?
Yeah, man. I got to take him way out of his wheelhouse, man. But what I know, he probably got a physics degree, right?
See, that's right. Be careful now. You never know.
Right? But still, that's okay. I'm gonna keep swinging until I find something. I'm gonna find something, Mark. I'm gonna find that Achilles heel, man.
Wow.
Man. Math, poli sci, something. We're gonna find something.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Wow.
But shout out to my brother Bolo, man. That's good.
Yeah, always a pleasure, man, to be on the platform with him. You know, and I look forward to the show we're going to do concerning fatherhood. I think that's going to be pretty tight.
I tried to leave, man.
Oh no! Now see, you conjured him back up again.
I tried to leave, brother.
What happened?
I tried to leave.
Yeah. You heard Vaughn talking?
See, he's taunting you. That's what. Don't let him taunt you, Bolo.
I don't understand why you coming at me the way you coming at me. I tried to leave amicably, and you still starting with me. I ain't do nothing to nobody. I just said bye.
Bolo,
you still talking about mathematics, man? I'm not mad at math, brother. If you want to go into math, let's do it. Listen, I'm not.
What we talking? Calculus, trigonometry? What are we talking?
I'm gonna leave everything.
You got a degree in all of it.
You know what I'm saying? But now you attacking me. And I left with love, brother.
Bolo.
Yes, sir.
You got 2 shows tomorrow. You need to go get in the bed. Go get in the bed, Bolo. Go get in the bed.
You keep. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Brothers, have a blessed night. Everybody in the chat, love you all. Good night, man. I'm listening, brother.
Yeah. He got his eyes on you now. He's got his eyes. Wow.
Hey, it's okay. I'm still gonna call him.
The number one instigator. I'm gonna have to say that it is Brother Clarence.
You know what, man?
Boy, he knows how to provoke you to do something.
If you're in my circle, bro, you're gonna get a little poke every now and then, right?
You're gonna, yeah, man.
If you're in my circle, man. Oh man, okay. So that's Bolo tomorrow. Tomorrow, y'all, 7 a.m. Eastern, and then 9:30 p.m.
Early morning prayer
Eastern. Yeah. So go check out Brother Bolo tomorrow. I'll probably catch him on the evening one. But okay. We gotta do some closing remarks because we gotta get out of here, Sister Annie. So
okay.
Give me the boot, man.
Okay, well, I will just say this very quickly. Man, what a great show. What a great show.
Excellent.
I mean,
Excellent.
We went from A, B. It wasn't just the A, B, and C selection. I think we covered A through T, actually. Man. Yeah. But in my closing remark, I just want to piggyback off of what Brother Bolo said. When it comes to being an alpha, as we quote unquote call each other in these manospheric spaces, Alpha. See, listen, alpha is not something that you have to boast about, like Brother Bolo said. And, you just be who you are. Just be who you are. If you're an alpha, as they call it, quote unquote, male, then that should exude from you. It should be natural,
Yeah.
And the perfect example that I'm going to use regarding that is God. In regards to where he spoke to Moses, when Moses said, well, hey, who should I say you are, when Moses was in the mountain? Well, they're used to a God that has a name. What is your name, God? See? So God could have, God was already who he was. So he didn't have to say, well, I am a Jehovah Jireh. I'm your provider. I'm Jehovah Nisi. I'm this and that. I'm Jehovah Elohim. I'm the creatorial God. He didn't sit up and tell you 10 and 15 names. He just said, I am that I am. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing I need to boast about. In other words, I'm Alpha and I'm Omega. And a lot of us in these YouTube spaces, of us men, can take a page from that. You see what I'm saying? That characteristic of God. He didn't have to really prove himself, although that he did, but he just proved his character. I am God. See, I am. I can't sit here. If I was to sit here and give you all my names, you wouldn't even have time. You see what I'm saying? Because I am that I am. In other words, I am that. I am that. I'm this. I'm that. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, man. I appreciate these conversations, man. It really gets me like
too, brother.
all excited and man, I'm telling you, man, I have such a great time on your show, sir.
Thank
But yeah,
you.
my closing remark is just, hey, come on, let's continue to love each other. Let's practice that. You know what I'm saying? Let's have empathy. Let's have compassion. Let's be forgiving. Let's be understanding when it comes to each other. And if you see your brother that's fallen, and you see that he slipped and he fell, let's not just scoff at his calamity. But those who are spiritual, come on, let's try to restore such a one. See what I'm saying? Through love and meekness, and so that's what I would say tonight, Brother Clarence.
Excellent,
Man.
Excellent.
Great show, sir. Great show.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. You and Bolo and your sister Annie, y'all made it work, man. Y'all made it work. Y'all made it work. We should have had 10,000 people in here, just to be able to get a little bit to try to get their lives together. But one day, somebody will overhear this and say, "Man, they was giving out all that game, man. We missed it." Right? But anyway, man.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's in the air now. See, so somebody will listen. Somebody will hear it. When we share these type of truths that we're sharing, and when we share that word, that word of God, believe me, it's not going to return to him void, but it's going to accomplish what he sent his word to do. It's never going to return to him void.
No.
See, but it will always accomplish, whether there was one or two that was touched by it, whether it was a person that listened to this whole stream 2 weeks later and was blessed. So yeah, that's how God moves, man. But I ain't gonna hold you, man, because I know you still got to do your rundown and your run across and who did what and who's who and all of that. But
that's right. No,
be consistent. Listen, we love you for your consistency, brother, and your diligence. So just be encouraged tonight, man. And God bless you and your family.
You too, man, and everybody who even tuned in and on the stage and in the chat. Same thing. Bless you guys and your families, man. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, I'm gonna step down.
All right, brother. Thank you. That's my brother Vaughn. Man. That is a very helpful brother, man. That brother, man, is a good dude too, man. Very good dude, man. I'm very blessed to be around so many good-hearted people, man. Sometimes I have to take a breath and say, "Is this for real, Clarence? Are you for real?" Around these kind of people, man. Because most of the time you know, you have to face-to-face meet people to get to know them enough to where you feel like, man, these are good people right here, right? But I'm fortunate enough, man. You know, I met some good people in person, and now I'm meeting some good people, you know, over the internet. And hopefully, at some point, we'll all be able to get together at some point, right? Like Patrice is always saying. But man, it's just a beautiful thing, man. When you connect with people, and you know, everybody's got the same goal. We may have different pathways when we get in there, but we all got the same goal. We want the people to be better, in a better place, you know, and we want to try, you know, help them if we can, you know what I mean? Drop a little word on here or there, right? But yeah, man, love yourself, love love yourself first. Gotta love yourself, right? You're the temple. You gotta love the temple, right? This is the temple, right? That's what they told you. This is their temple, right? This is your temple. This whole thing is your temple, right? We gotta make sure we putting good stuff in. And Bolo brought up a lot of good points. Brought up a point about the door opening. Excuse me, Sister Eddie brought up that point too about the door opening, right? Because a lot of us think that love is only when love only goes when it's reciprocated. Shout out to Brother Sim. Glad to have you in the building, Sim. Uh, Sometimes the people think a love is only going when it's a two-way street. And sometimes, I don't know if you guys heard the poem Footsteps, right? Where the man said he was walking, they say the man was walking with God along the beach, and he was looking over his life, and he saw the footsteps on the beach of his life, and he saw where sometimes in his life, there was not two footsteps, God was walking with him. And he said sometimes he saw where it was not two sets of footsteps, it was just one set of footsteps. And so the man asked God, he said, why did you leave me at these points? These points, we were walking together and you left me at these points. See, it's only one set of tracks here. And God telling the man, no. That's not me leaving you. That's me carrying you through that situation. You was going through a situation. That was me carrying you through them situations, right? See, it's our perspective, how we look at stuff. That lets you know that perspective is important, right? Our perspective. How do we see a thing, right? So Sister Annie and Bolo was talking about when you open the door for somebody, you expecting them to say thank you, right? And if they don't say thank you, you go, oh man, they didn't say thank you, right? Because it's a social norm that you've been socialized to expect to hear that thank you, right? You've been socialized that if you do something, the other person should return that that kindness with some type of gratuity, right? Whether it's through the mouth or with a smile or whatever, right? Or thank you, they should return that with some kind of gratuity. And now we're at the point where we're not doing things because it's the right thing to do. We're doing it because we've been socialized to do it, and we don't want people to say we're a bad person. Oh man. We don't want people to say we're a bad person, so we're not opening the door because it's the right thing to do, whether this person gonna say thank you or not, right? Today in my building, well, no, it was yesterday. Was it today? I think it was today. Today in my building when they were delivering the backpacks, right? But before they delivered the backpacks, sister was coming down the hallway in one of those handicap chairs, right? You know, with the motor in the back, right? But she couldn't get through the hallway because there was stuff on either side. Now, I was going into my office, so I could have just went in my office and said, that's her problem. But I moved the ladder. Now, she looked like a hood chick. She was a very hood chick, right? I did not even expect her to say thank you, right? That was my stereotype in her. I thought, man, this lady ain't gonna say thank you, right? She's a hood chick. But when I moved the ladder for her and opened the door for her, She said, "Thank you." I was so surprised. I said, "Oh, you're welcome." Right? I wasn't even prepared for her to say thank you. Right? Because I had already classified her as a hood chick that wasn't going to even, be thankful for what I did for her and even give me some type of gratuity back. Right? But I didn't move it so that she could say thank you to me. Right? I didn't do it for that. I just did it because I saw that it needed to be done. Right? And I think that's what Bolo and Eni was getting at, was that we got to get back to a point, and even Vaughn, I think he was pretty much saying the same thing. We got to get back to a point where we're just doing things that need to be done because they need to be done, not because we don't want to get ridiculed for not doing it, or we don't want to do it because of we just doing it because we want to get something back, right? Love yourself enough. Clarence, why do you always do the rundown? Why do you always do the rundown? Because I want to try to be as consistent as possible so that y'all could say, okay, if he's going up, he's going to have an intro, he's going to talk about the topics, he's going to do a rundown afterwards, right? He may can't tell you everything bad those people did in that day, but he's going to tell you what they did good, right? He's going to tell you what they did good. even if they had a episode here, at least I tell you what the good they did, right? Oh man. Okay, so listen, y'all. I'm not gonna go on and on and on and on and on and on, but we gotta start doing things because it's the right thing to do, and loving our fellow man as much as we can, right? Now, what does that mean? Does that mean we should put ourselves in harm's way? No, that doesn't mean you should put yourself in harm's way. No. That just means that you should be open to helping somebody if you can safely help them. If you can help them safely, yeah, right? Now, the more love you have for somebody, right? Because love, like I said, it's like a tree. It grows. You might have one, you know how you see one tree is just a little bitty thing, and another tree is a big, strong, solid tree, right? It takes time to get there, right? You have that kind of relationship with somebody like our parents, our family members, right? People you've been around for all your life, you're going to have some love for them, right? You got brothers and sisters, you got siblings. So you ain't always happy with them, but you still got love for them, right? Up to a point, right? Up to a point where you realize, hey, this is not healthy for me with this situation going on. But let's just assume that it's a good, healthy situation. Yeah. Right. We talked about love, y'all. We talked about 50 Cent. We talked about Derek Jaxn. We talked about the guys that stole $1 million, $20 million from the lotto. We talked about a lot of different stuff, but what we mainly talked about is love and relationships, man. Try to get y'all back together. Try to get y'all, give y'all a semblance of what love really is from our perspective, right? From three married men, been married a long time, all of us. So we know what ups and downs look like, right? we all know what ups and downs look like. We know what trips and falls look like. We know what banana peel slips look like, right? If we haven't been through it, we know somebody who has. We see you get to our age, you got at least 2 or 3 friends that have been divorced, that have been divorced and went through it, right? You got people went to some funerals together, did some things together. So, but love, we got to start loving each other, y'all, because man, if we don't know how to develop these relationships. We out here, and we got our people are out here listening to people that can't even put relationships together themselves. They're going over there getting relationship advice for these people, man. It's ridiculous. Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast, by the way. Shout out to the Great Pill Podcast. Our people are listening to people that can't even They can't even make their advice or their life or their philosophy work for them, right? They can't even make their own philosophy work for them, but our people are going to them, right? Because they got magic tricks. I got all these girls sitting around me, right? I got all this money, right? They got magic tricks, right? Woo! I got this new car and this new watch or whatever. They got all these trinkets and magic tricks. It's time for him to hear from some real people, man. Some real people that been through real wars, right? I've been married 32 years. Me and my wife have had times to where we wanted to just, but we always go where we always go to the neutral corners. But yeah, man, we had times where it was very volatile, right? But that's, you get to know each other. You get to know each other, and at some points you start growing up. You start. So some of it can be immaturity, right? You start growing up. You start understanding better what love really is, and what you actually being asked to do in a marriage. Most people get married, they don't really understand what they really signing up for. You don't really find out what you signed up for in a marriage till about year 10. That's when you really find out what you signed up for. Year 10, year 11, you start seeing. About year 20, that's when you start getting, you start hitting some bumps. Like I said, you start going to some funerals, you start having some friends that divorced. You start going to some, you've been through some baby showers, right? You done sat up all night being mad at somebody, right? But ultimately, as you mature, you realize, man, hey, this is a team sport. Marriage is a team sport. Marriage is a team sport. There ain't nobody gonna win unless everybody win, right? It's like a rowboat. It doesn't matter how fast I row. If the other person ain't rowing as fast as me, then we're gonna be off. And likewise, if I row too fast and their capacity to row is only this far, then I gotta come down to their capacity until they build up to mine. Huh? Come on, man, y'all ain't hearing me. You gotta build it. See, because like in a rowboat, when you cross the finish line, we all cross the finish line together, just like bobsled. You all cross the finish line together. It's a team sport, marriage. Long-term relationships a team sport. And most of these men in the manosphere, they don't get that, man. They think, hey, everybody is just here to serve me. Everybody got the God complex. Hey, you here to serve me. I'm an alpha male. And I'm gonna prove it by subjugating you. Because you was born with female parts. Therefore, whatever I say, you're supposed to just run and do it. Right? That may work in a certain kind of society. But we ain't in that society today. Today we're in a society where women, you can't just subjugate a woman and to express your alpha maleness. You're gonna have to express your alpha maleness on your own. A woman with her eyes open and her heart open and her vibration open, her mentality open, her heart open. When you, as an alpha male, I don't even want to use the term alpha male. Let me say this. When you, as a man of God, walk into a room, you don't have to have a Bible under your arm. Do you? You ever seen, man, some men of God, man, they are such, they have such a continence about them, man. They don't have to have no Bible when they walk in the room. And you know, hey, that's a man of God. That's a for real one right there. That's a real one. But not because they, they thumping or they God, but they just carry themselves in such a way that's so opposite of what the regular dudes is out here doing today. Right? We got to have our eyes open to see. You know what I'm saying? So when we befriend people, don't befriend people that are not on a good wavelength, man. Because today people are befriending people just because they feel like they may have a resource they may be able to take advantage of later. All right, and it's maybe but that shouldn't be the reason why you befriended somebody. You should just, if you can befriend them, befriend them. If not, not. But you ain't go out of your way to befriend somebody just because they got access to a resource that you may be able to take advantage of. No, we gotta get out of that mentality, man. We gotta get into the mentality of, is this person a good person for me? Can I be a good friend to this person? If not, maybe I need to pull back. If I can, maybe I need to step out there, right? It is what it is. We got to always kind of be searching. We always got to be searching. I got a son. Well, I was just talking to him yesterday. I don't know really what I want to do. I want to go back to school. He just got his degree, but he want to go back and get his other degree, right? He want to get his bachelor's. And so I said, okay, well, what are we doing, man? What, you know? He's like, man, I need help. I don't really know what I want to do. I said, brother, I'm right here. All you gotta do is talk to me, man. I'll give you the plan. You know what I'm saying? I'll help you make the plan, rather. That's what I told him. I said, I'll help you make the plan. So I said, man, you know, hey, you can do it, right? Right? But in that moment, he didn't want me telling him. So, see, like Bolo said, you're always searching. You're always searching. You're always searching around. Love is searching. What's the best way I can deal with this situation? Right? Ego is the one that comes in with the sledgehammer. I said this, so this what you gonna do, right? Like how we was told in slavery. Negro bale that hay. Well, I got a question about the hay. Why do I need to bale that hay? They just said what they said. They said, y'all familiar with The Wire? When Avon's people was cut off from their product, they had to start working with Marlowe, right? So when Marlowe's people came and started dropping off the package, Bodie said, hey, why do we got to do that? They said, why ain't in your repertoire no more, nigga? You don't need to ask why no more, right? And we try to put that on our children. We try to put that on our wives. We try to put that on other people, right? Don't ask me why, right? Because that's what the slave man said. Hey, don't ask me why. I told you to do something. You asking me why? That's disrespect. So we as black men, a lot of us, we feel like, well, you asking me why? That's disrespect. Of course, a woman's going to ask you why, especially if her security is based on you and your movements. Look at Derek Jaxn's wife. You think she asked why? She probably didn't ask why enough, unfortunately. And look at the position she's in. I'm not saying she's a little damsel in distress. I mean, she played a little role in her situation too, because she seen what was happening. She knew his proclivities, but I'm gonna give her this. She felt in her heart that if she prayed hard enough, God would take this from him, and God will if he is also wanting it to go. He gotta want it to go. Don't say, oh, God didn't take it from him. No, God ain't going to take nothing from him that he don't put up to be taken away. Right? Just like marriage counseling. Marriage counseling only works if both people have a vested interest in it and trying to make it work. If both people, if you dragging somebody to marriage counseling, good night. Good night. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. You're gonna be going back home fighting in the car, right? Brothers and sisters, me, myself, Bolo, Vaughn, and the sister Annie, and anybody else who ever came up here, hopefully we give you some information, man, that you can use. When you get tired of all of the drama that they got going on out there, we're trying to grow you. I'm gonna start bringing people in here to help us talking about financing, the housing market, just other different topics. Because just to talk about, these other topics, I know there's YouTubers out here getting rich talking about nothing, right? They got 100,000, 200,000 subscribers, and they getting rich. They're getting rich talking to black people about nothing, right? They're not giving you a pathway out or even pointing you to a pathway out, right? Me, Bolo, Vaughn, all of us over here, we trying to, we at least just point you to the road. This is the road. We're not saying we the answer. We point you to the road so that you can learn how to be a better person. I'm single. I'm always single. I don't know why I'm single. Might be a couple of different things going on, but one thing is, how is you? What kind of person are you? And what kind of person are you? What kind of people are you around? Who? What? Because what kind of proximity are you around? I've always got friends that's doing me wrong. Okay, if you got all these friends that's doing you wrong, come on, y'all. Come on. What is going on with you that why you always got all these friends that's always doing you wrong? Maybe that's a you problem and a me problem, right? Right? But we want to show other people that, we want to. That's why you guys see me, man, in my videos, man. I mean, I'm trying not to look like I'm living on the street, but I don't be getting all dressed up. I may every once in a while get dressed up on a special occasion, but I'm gonna just try to be the same way I'm always is. I always am, right? I always am. We came out here, we fed the multitudes tonight, and look at it, man. We only got 4 people here. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, y'all. But we're gonna keep plugging away. We're gonna keep plugging away because one day, the people gonna say, "Wow, man, that group of people, man, they really trying to help people, man," and we see. But the people think so much of themselves, man. They don't think they need help. They think we need help. Y'all need help. Y'all ain't out here bling blinging. Y'all need help, right? Jesus come riding into town on a donkey, right? Dusty old donkey. They go, this is the Son of God. Get out of here, right? The Jews told him, get out of here. The Romans told him, get out of here. If this dude, why ain't on a Arabian horse? Why ain't on a shiny new camel? What's he doing on a donkey? He got a job? He got to work? What's wrong with him? Oh man, beloved. Hey, let's stay prayed up. Let's be thankful. Last thing I'm gonna say before I start doing the rundown. Be thankful, man. You know what I'm saying? You got your life, you got your health, you here. You know what I'm saying? Of course you got problems. We all got problems. Brother Clarence got problems too. I got issues too. We all got issues, but we got God that we can lean on, man, and say, help me, please. Help me in this situation, please. And keep giving me the strength and the wisdom to call on your name, right? And believe in that. Believe on that. If I didn't believe in God, bro, I wouldn't be here. I was literally in a hospital bed for about 2 or 3 years. In and out. You didn't hear me. I mean, I used to be a lot bigger. I lost all that weight because I just got sick. And I just asked God, please help me. Whatever I need to do, please help me. Please help me. See, when you're in that hospital bed, your pride goes away when you're in that hospital bed, right? And I'm gonna tell you when your pride really goes away. When you have to tell someone, and I hope it never, ever, ever happens to any one of you. When you have to tell someone to call 911 for you, that's how you feel like you are not gonna make it, and they have to call 911 for you. When you have to tell them, Call 911. Call 911. Brothers and sisters, I've been there several times. And I asked God, I said, God, can you please help me? Please help me. There ain't no more time for, oh, I'm too big and bold to ask for God's help. No, not then. Trust me, not then. When you laying in that hospital bed and they put that breathing apparatus on you, man, and they got to come in 2 or 3 times and kick it up and kick it up and kick it up and kick it up. I had to get 2 blood transfusions. 2. I mean, on two separate occasions. I'm testifying, huh? And Sister Annie said the hospital bed will humble your man. Sister Annie, that hospital bed will. Wait a minute. Where you at, God? Where you at? 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 They wheel me into emergency, like Von Brian said. They wheeled us in emergency, and the last time I went to the hospital, it was COVID going on, right? They had about 6 of us at about 5 o'clock in the morning outside in the cold because because of the COVID protocols. They couldn't bring us in. Yes, outside. All of us sick as a dog. All of us looked like none of us was going to make it. And they got us outside. We had to sit out there for about an hour. How blessed are you? Are you blessed? Oh, I just got up this morning, Clarence. I got up. I used the bathroom. I went to. I washed my face and hands. I went to eat breakfast. I got up and I went to work. I got all these problems. Really? Really? You got problems? You got problems? Wait till your behind is in that hospital bed. You think you got problems now? I guarantee you, all your problems gonna go away when you get in that hospital bed. If you get in the hospital, and I pray that none of you within the sound of my voice ever gets there. Right? Hopefully, it never happens. And if it does happen to you, you're able to walk away. You're able to walk out of it. Some of us was fortunate enough and smart enough to call on the God of the universe for help. You're right, Vaughn. Count your blessings, because you never know when one could slip through your fingers. One of your blessings could slip through your fingers, and then where you at? Then where you at? One of your blessings could slip right through your fingers. I had it all. Good job, nice home, family. Everything wasn't perfect, but I mean, everybody was pretty much healthy, right? Got sick and threw everything haywire. Everything went haywire. You got to figure out how you're going to pay things. And I mean, it's just everything's haywire. But like I said, I had to call on God, and God helped me. Every time I turned around, there was a way out. There'd be a way out. Whenever I said, God, please help me, there'd be a way out. Right? There'd be some provisions there. Right? I'm like, oh man. I'm like, oh man, you know what I mean? And I said, hey, this God is for real, man. This God is for real. Right? I always thought God was real, but I never really had to. I was fortunate enough to where I never really had to put my faith really to the test. until I got into this situation here. The ram in the bush. Right, right. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? Oh, that's what we're gonna do right there. That's the provisions right there. Right? Don't consider yourself lucky, brothers and sisters. It's not luck. It's the God of the universe watching over you. And like I was trying to tell you, God, man, what if God waited on us to reciprocate his love before he gave love to us? Sometimes it's gonna go unreciprocated. Why ain't we reciprocating? Because we lost our minds. We got to get our minds back. What's really important? What's really important? Family, that's what's really important. People, relationships, that's what's really important. That's what's important, not stuff, right? Donald Trump lost $2 billion. $2 billion, right? He told his daughter, he said, "To see that bum over there on the corner? He's richer than me." The daughter said, "Why?" Because he got $2 billion more than I have. But what did Donald Trump have that the bum didn't have? Or the homeless person, or whatever you want to call them? Relationships. Relationships. He had relationships with people that he could sign his name and get millions of dollars because of the relationships. We got to build strong relationships. That's the kind of way we should build with our families. We should build with our friends. We should build with our, people that care about us. All right, y'all, I'm going in, right? But I'm gonna talk. I like to talk about love. I like to talk about love because I love love. I think love is a good topic to talk about, and I can talk about love forever. I like to see what other people think. That's why I was asked Polo. I asked Ine. I asked Vaughn. I asked them because I just want to see what their perspective of it is. I could talk about love all day long. All day long. But, you know what I'm saying? We only got we're supposed to do a 4-hour show. Went over a little bit, but that's okay. I'm going to wrap it up right now. Thank you, family, for listening to me, and go on and on. And hopefully you guys got something out of it. All right, so let's do the rundown, man. Let me find the rundown real quick. Shout out to everybody that hung in there with us, man. And, and everybody that's going to watch this on the replay. All right, y'all. Let's do the rundown real quick. We're gonna start off with the one and only, the chat of the year. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. I'm gonna start off with the chat. The chat's where it's at. We only had one bot, I think, today. Bot came through, but other than that, chat was real good. You guys do an awesome job. That's why you guys are like what's the word I want to use? The standard. Y'all are the standard by which chat should be judged by, because we don't have nobody coming in here. But then again, the riffraff don't want to come over here because they know it. They come over here. They're gonna get. I'm gonna shoot them off real quick, right? So they know, and y'all gonna get rid of them real quick, right? Don't let Risa get loose on them, man. Holy smokes. Risa will shut them down real quick, right? But shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to everybody, man. The chat is where it's at, man. The chat, definitely today, strong performance from everyone. Strong, and very, very solid performance from everybody in the chat. Everybody did a great job. Everybody did an outstanding job, y'all. Outstanding job, as always. All right, let's get to the panel, y'all. What about Brother Bolo? What about Bolo TV? Man, as always, man, very strong performance from Bolo. Very solid, man. He comes in, comes through. and drops a jewel here and there. You know what I mean? I tried this time. I was trying to throw him a couple curveballs, see what he thought, and he caught him and threw him right back. So shout out to Bolo TV, man. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV, what are you doing? What are you doing? What is you doing? Get your butt over to Bolo TV, man. Get over there and get some of that scripture over there. And then, you can talk to them. You can get over there. It's not like they ain't going to let you up. Now, don't get it twisted. If you got something other to say about, if you think they presenting something that's incorrect, they're going to let you say your piece. And then they're going to, just have your facts straight, right? And then they'll debate it with you. But, them guys over there at the village, they coming with all good vibes. And they're just trying to help you, man. There's people that have experienced God's mercy, and they're just trying to show you how you can experience it too, without having to get as many lumps on your head as we got on our head, right? Shout out to Bolo, but I got some stuff for Bolo. I'm gonna hit him with some math problems. I'm gonna hit him. We're gonna work it out. We're gonna work it out, man. I'm gonna take him out of his wheelhouse. I ain't gonna let him keep singing everywhere wherever he goes. But but shout out to him. That's my brother, man. Brother Bolo TV, man. Strong performance as always. Very, very solid. Very solid, brother. What about Von Bryant? Von Bryant, another one, man. Very solid. Saw me with those backpacks today. I wouldn't have got them backpacks. It wasn't for Vaughn, man. Vaughn. I keep telling y'all, man. Vaughn was the one. Hey, Clarence, I got a good idea. What? Let's go on Saturday and be all day on Saturday asking people we ain't never met for money. Vaughn, you crazy. No, I'm serious, Clarence. Let's do it. Let's do it. I said, Vaughn, man, they ain't gonna give us no money. They don't know us. Vaughn, like, no, man, we can do it. I said, we can do it. Come on, Clarence, let's do it. We can do it. And we did it. His faith strengthened my faith. And we went out, we did it. And thanks to y'all, people that donated so much, man. Y'all see when in the video today where we yes, I am, Patrice, but I'm closing up the shop. Don't even think about pushing that link button over here. I'm closing up the shop, girl. Shout out to Patrice. I thought I was gonna hear from you earlier, but man, 5 hours now. I'm out of here, girl. I'll see you later. I think Patrice got a show this weekend, by the way, y'all. So we're gonna have to hurry up this weekend, I think, because I think this is the weekend for Patrice. But we'll talk to her later. And see, trying to tie quick. See, missed that O. That's my sister Patrice right there. But Von Bryant, man. You had rehearsal tonight. Okay, Patrice. That's cool. Do you? You know what I mean? I'll always be here for you. You know what I'm saying? So, just check us on the replay or whatever, you know what I'm saying? We'll be here. Yeah, man, hope everything went well, Patrice. Who was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about Vaughn. Yeah, Von Bryant, man. Whew. Man, Clarence, come on, we can do this. What? Clarence, we can do this. Vaughn, man, it's gonna work. Yeah, it's gonna work. Okay. And we did it. We did it, man. So shout out to Von Bryant, man. Very valuable helper in this backpack situation, man. Very valuable. Shout out. Very strong performance tonight, though, man. Very, very strong performance. Very solid. Very, very solid. Last but not least, Sister Ene came up. What about Sister Ene? Holy smokes. Man, she graced the stage, man, blessed us, man. And, it was nice to have somebody to ask these questions to who wasn't going to take offense to some of the questions we were asking. Because I thought that, a lot of times I think I try to ask questions in a way where I don't offend the person. I try to be very careful about doing that. But I know that she knows that I'm not going to I would never ask her something to insult her or make her feel bad or something purposely, right? I would never do nothing like that. So I was more relaxed. I'm more relaxed talking to her about some of these different issues. So I thank you, Sister Annie, for coming up, because you cleared up a lot of stuff in my head, because I thought we thought about love in different ways, men and women, and kind of showed that, and how we think the same in some areas, in some areas we don't. So definitely did that. Shout out to you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you. Yeah, strong performance from Sister Annie. Very, very solid. Very strong performance tonight. Very solid. Very solid. President. Thank you, Sister Annie. Same here. Same here. I would never come at you crazy at all for no reason at all. At all. Yeah, so so it was good to be able to ask somebody some of these little submission questions, since we had the door open to do it, and not have to be like, oh man, I don't want to hurt her feelings, or she's gonna take this the wrong way, and nothing like that. You know what I mean? So thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you for letting us pick your brain on some of that stuff. Appreciate you. But very strong performance from Sister Annie. Very strong. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. All right. Okay. So, y'all, we got to come back here on Thursday, right? Thursday we'll come back. Tomorrow, Sister Annie, Vaughn. Hopefully we'll get in touch with you guys tomorrow. Depends on how I feel. If I feel up to it, I'll come in. I try to usually rest on every other day, but if I feel it up to it, I'll come in. If not, we're definitely gonna make that call on Thursday, and we'll see if we, Sister Annie said those backpacks are going back, right? So, shout out to Marcus, by the way. Shout out to Brother Marcus. Appreciate you. Oh, shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Go on over and subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships if you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, as well as the Intellectual Soapbox. Go on over and subscribe to the Intellectual Soapbox if you haven't already subscribed to Intellectual Soapbox. Okay, y'all, we got to get out of here. I'm going, I'm going, Danny. I'm going. All right, so shout out to everybody. Appreciate all of y'all, man. Thank you guys for hanging in there for 5 hours. Holy smokes, Rico. I'm going to get another cussing out from Rico. And then we're going to be out of here, right? And Patrice, make sure you home. Make sure you home already, and don't be playing on the phone and you out in the street. Get your butt in the house. All right, get your butt in the house, Patrice. All right, so the rest of y'all, I hope y'all are already at home, and everybody, get a good night's sleep. Let's get back at it on Thursday. All right, see y'all later. Peace.